beautiful people. Welcome to a Thursday edition of the program. Dover and Cecil rocking with you 10 to 2. It's what we do, and we appreciate that you are here with us. However it is you're taking in the show, if you're a full 4-hour listener, y'all the real MVPs. But if you're not, we get it. Life, meetings, kids, summer vacation, all the things you got going on. If you can't listen for 4 hours, go back and find our podcast. All you got to do is search Dover and Cecil wherever it is you get your pods, or check us out at DenverSports.com. Cecil Lammy remains absent. He's enjoying some downtime in July, as he tends to do. We got James Merlat sliding in today, sitting in. A couple North Glen bros. Going to talk a little Denver sports.
That's right.
For the next 4 hours. So, James, it's always fun to chat with you and mix it up, man. Thanks for sitting in.
I'm excited about it. I haven't been on with you in a while, so... yeah, a couple of North Glen grads getting together for 4 hours talking about what's going on. It's going to be a ton of fun.
We'll have a little fun with this. You and I were talking about this. We figured out we were going to work together for a couple North Glen guys. We have some pride in that, right?
Yep.
Wish I would have been a better athlete there, but I'm still happy I went there.
Me too.
Turns out I didn't find work ethic until 26 years old. But in honor of North Glen and honor of Irvin Joe, legends that we both got to work with, which again was an honor.
Yep.
Let's have some fun on the text line and over on our Tribe chat room, fueled by Sean Ponda. Best high school accomplishment. I think that could be fun. Like, hey,
okay.
Maybe it's not sports. I know we're sports guys. I have one good accomplishment in high school I can talk about athletically. But if it's maybe you were a great academic athlete, you were super smart and you did something there, you can tell us what your greatest accomplishment is. Maybe you stole dad's car and he never caught you and you want to rat yourself out. That's an accomplishment too.
That works. That works. So this had to happen during your high school career.
During your high school tenure.
Okay. Now, when I was at North Glen, it was only a 3-year school. Was it 4 years when you were there?
Yeah.
Yeah, ninth grade.
So you did ninth grade at
junior high at Huron.
Oh, at Huron. Okay,
Yeah,
so I was Payton or Niagara Creek.
So I got a 3-year window to think of my greatest accomplishment.
Yeah.
This is going to be very depressing.
That's what I mean. I didn't have work ethic, and then I found some other things that I liked, including girls. I'm guess what I'm interested in now.
Yep. I have some I'm not sure I want to share on the air. I'll run them by you during the first break and see if they're fair to put out there. But yeah, I like that. Okay, so and I like the Irvin Joe connection here.
Yeah.
Let's use the text line. A little bit of Irvin Joe List Radio.
Yeah,
that's fun.
Yeah. Hey, it's July 9th, man.
Exactly.
Let's lean into this.
Training camp doesn't start for 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So we'll have some fun with that throughout the day. James, after we got off the air on this show yesterday, we knew it was going to come, and then it actually came. The Jonas Valanciunas release was expected, but it's a failed stint, man. You can't call it anything but that. I really love the signing. I don't know how you felt about it at the time, but it's like, wow, they actually addressed a backup center for Nikola Jokic that can sort of run similar offensive sets with DHOs and high screen and rolls and things. And then insert David Adelman and completely ruining the addition that was Jonas Valanciunas. So I look at it as a failed experiment because of the coach. You go out and get Marvin Bagley. And look, Bagley's not as good of a player as Jonas, but he's going to be a better fit for the Nuggets because of what their coach wants to do. They want the wing or the big that's going to get up and down, rebound, quick outlet, then be the trailer for a dunk in transition. That's what DA wants to do. That's the ball he wants to play. Jonas was never going to do that. He's a giant European body. Marvin's going to move a little bit better, but he's not as good as Jonas.
No, and I'm disappointed in this because, like you, I thought it was a good fit at the time. I was excited about it. It actually wasn't a bad fit during the regular season. Like, the non-Jokic minutes didn't feel so disastrous.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that was all we were looking for is, hey, when he comes off the floor, when he needs a break, make sure it's not just this, okay, how much of a negative is it going to be, right? Let's see if we can limit that a little bit. And then if it's not a huge negative, maybe you can limit Jokic's minutes a little bit during the regular season so he's not having to play so much and he's not, the wear and tear of that, and he's fresher come playoff time. It seemed like it made perfect sense. I also think for what Jokic can do, it was odd to me that they never played him together. Play Val at the 5 and play Jokic at the 4. Like, they just seem insistent that they won't do that. They'll never go big. It was one of my biggest criticisms of Michael Malone back in the day was, hey, you got Boogie when you're playing the Warriors, why not try going big? They're small, try going big. Like, make them adjust, right? Like, I'm not saying it would have worked, but at least it's a card to play.
But I always hate coaches that other coaches dictate the terms.
Right.
You dictate the terms.
Exactly. Make Steve Kerr adjust.
Yes.
Let's see. So I'm disappointed by this. We'll see how it works out with Bagley. It also feels like a salary dump to me. And maybe it's not. Maybe you can talk me off that ledge.
No, it is.
And the Michael Porter Jr. trade is looking more and more like a salary dump. Because at the time, and I am a big MPJ guy. He's one of my 5 favorite Nuggets of all time.
Wow.
Now you can say that's a me problem.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, for me, it's like it's Jokic, it's Melo, it's Chris Jackson / Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf.
That's who I pretended to be as a kid.
It's probably Mike Evans, and then it's that's really going back.
Yeah. Evans in his truck right now, like I knew Merrill that loved me.
and then it was MPJ. So I was disappointed to see him leave, but I thought at the time, it's like, it's probably time. It's probably best for both parties. And I like the fact that, and this is how it was sold to us, is you get Cam, better all-around player, can play both ends of the floor. And he actually was pretty good. I think he kind of got a bad rap in the first half of the season, but he had a good first year. He was one of the 2 best players for the Nuggets in the playoff series against the Timberwolves. But then it was, but you're going to be able to get some depth. You're going to be able to sign Val. You're going to be able to sign Bruce Brown. You're going to be able to sign Tim Hardaway Jr. It's like, okay, sign me up for that. Well, now 2 of those guys are gone.
Yep.
So it was 1 year that they were able to add some depth. And, okay, the regular season was actually fairly successful considering all the injuries they had. And 54 wins, the second most in franchise history. Okay, they were a great road team. Okay, but none of that matters. They got bounced in the first round in 6 games against Rudy Gobert and a G League team. Like,
the guy the Bulls were cool with trading at the deadline.
Right. So now it's like
and the Bulls suck.
That trade looks worse and worse now as time goes on. So I if it's freeing up some room to do some other things, okay. If it's just a salary dump, as a fan, I don't know how anybody could ever be thumbs up for a salary dump. It's got to be something that's going to make the team better, especially when you're in a championship window. And I know that's debatable at the moment, but when you have Nikola Jokic on your team, you are in a championship window if you make the right moves. Salary dumps aren't the right move. They aren't unless it leads to something else. So I'm going to try to be patient. Not my strong suit. And I'm going to try and wait and see what's next. But right now, it just doesn't feel like this is something that Nuggets Nation should be applauding at all.
It is, like I said, Jonas is the better player. You got worse. Michael Porter Jr. anniversary of the trade was 1 year ago yesterday. We talked about it a ton with Jake, and we both agreed. I was kind of more like, at the moment, it was the right deal. Because you're thinking there's some financial freedom that's coming your way and a equal or even better player that can dribble and facilitate, and none of that was true. It wasn't a financial freedom. It's sort of the same situation, and Cam Johnson was so inconsistent that he was a better three-point shooter if you want to go by percentage, because Mike was chucking him up like crazy in Brooklyn, but he didn't do anything else that Michael didn't do.
No, and they were a better team when Michael Porter Jr. was on the roster.
Yeah, he's a rebounder.
Especially in the playoffs. And I always thought he got an unfair rap for that series against Oklahoma City. I think there are a lot of guys, especially in the NBA, with a bad shoulder where they couldn't even lift one arm, would have just tapped out.
Yeah.
And he gave it a go, and he wore the pad, and the guys on the morning show constantly gave him grief for wearing the diaper on his shoulder.
Cecil called it a diaper too.
It's like, come on. How about giving the guy some credit for playing hurt?
Yeah.
And giving it a go? Like, we're super critical when they don't. Right, like we even had that conversation about Payton Watson this past year. Like, why is he not giving it a shot and trying to get out there and trying to help his teammates? And then Michael Porter Jr. does it, and he's not able to play at his normal level, and we criticize him for it. It's like there's certain players that no matter what they do, they can't win. Russ got into that category pretty quickly, and he put himself in that category for he got there for a reason. He put himself there, but it also by the end he couldn't do anything right.
Right.
People were just critical of everything he did. Michael Porter Jr. kind of turned into that as well. But, yeah, this trade's looking worse and worse as time goes on, and especially if Cam walks or if they trade him because, hey, he's got an expiring contract. And you're looking at it saying, well, what did they get out of that deal?
They would have just lost a first-round pick.
Right.
And a player.
and they gave up a pick in that trade.
Yeah, first-round pick.
I don't know what this team is doing. It's a lot of head-scratching going on right now. Hopefully they can get the Payton Watson situation rectified, and it'll feel like, okay, not a total loss of an offseason. But if they don't, I think this team has taken a big step backward, and I think the possibility that Nikola Jokic walks or once out of Denver increases with every passing day.
Well, we're going to talk more about the Payton Watson situation because some very minor new news came out last night. Clippers are still all in on this guy. Almost seems like they're the only team, but we got to monitor what's happening in Detroit with some contracts that could be moved around. We'll revisit that conversation and get back to it. We always want Tribe Roll Call, not only your high school moments, but Tribe Roll Call. Let us give you and your company a shout out. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck? RamosLaw.com text line's open, 303-713-1043. YouTube.com/DenverSports. Watch the show there, get in on the show stream, and participate in Tribe Chat there on YouTube, just like our first text did. This is cool. What's up, JD? What's up, boys? Shout out to my stepdaughter. Today's her 21st birthday, and she loves you guys. Happy birthday to Emma. One, we got a lady listener. That's awesome.
Fantastic.
2, she's a 21-year-old. That's a big one today, Emma. So be safe, responsible, and probably go nuts.
Yeah,
right?
Have
All
some
those
fun.
things.
Have
Yeah.
some fun.
All right, so keep your texts coming in. We're going to get to your high school text coming up. But, James, you're here. So I'm going to lean into this a little bit with you today. You're in the building. I want to ask you, and I want your answer, what Colorado coach is now in your crosshairs for this fall? That's coming up next.
Coach Prime hit Big 12 Media Day looking healthy, energized, and fully locked in.
Baby, we're coming.
After beating cancer and rebuilding his strength, Deion Sanders made it clear he's ready to lead a revamped Buffs roster featuring new defensive playmakers, a maturing QB room, and a team built to compete, not just talk. Prime says he's strong and he's there to win, but what will actually happen when the Buffs take the field this fall? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
House calls? It's 2026. Doctors and lawyers don't make house calls anymore, right? Not true, actually. At 303-LAW-4040, we always tell you about how we want to meet with you in person. Now, generally that means, yes, you come and meet my lovely wife, Kimberly, and I in our Denver Tech Center offices. But sometimes you're hurt, you're seriously injured. You're either still in the hospital or you can't move around, you don't have a car yet. And it's important to get a plan in place quickly when these things happen. So we'll come out, we'll do a house call. Heck, we had one house call recently. The dog came out and took a little ride in the DeLorean. It was fantastic. I'll bring the DeLorean to the house, but we're here to help. And actually, my lovely wife, Kimberly, says that's one of the best parts of the job is when we get to spend time together in somebody's living room, helping them out as they're in a tough spot because they were injured in an accident. So if you need us, go ahead, save that number in your phone, 303-LAW-4040. That's 303-LAW-4040.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
Tune in to Mile High Money.
My biggest goal is education. I come from a family of educators, and I want you to know the who, the what, the why, the when, the how.
Helping you achieve your ideal retirement.
The risk that you're taking, does that equal the return that you should be getting? And a lot of times the answer is no.
Tune in to Mile High Money with Adam Moeller. Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Don't care for my local hometown team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't get fooled by out-of-state private equity corporations that are buying local HVAC companies, offering higher prices, bad service, and shady sales tactics. Don't trust your home to someone out of state when you have the best company right here in town. ROX are experts in local energy rebates and tax credits to save you money only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, I'm seeing some fun stuff over on the RamosLaw.com text line about greatest high school accomplishments. As James is sitting in today, and we're both North Glen guys, so we're fired up about that. Also, somebody in the 303 is a fan of yours. Says, finally, someone that knows what they're talking about on this show.
Hey.
Not a fan of me, but like what you got going on.
All right. And my dad did say he was going to listen. So
Oh,
it's
all right,
nice
all
of him to text.
What's up, Mr. Marilab? Appreciate you. We got a good text coming in. My softball team won 3 state championships in a row at Arvada West, 94, 95, and 96. Well, now my accomplishment's going to suck compared to that one.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Anytime you're winning a state championship, you're doing something
Yeah,
real well.
for sure.
We had just a wrestling state champ while I was at North Glen. Elmer Sweeney was his name,
Okay.
and we were buddies, sort of. He was like my friend's older brother's buddy, and we would always hang out, and they'd pick on us. And then he'd pee his pants, so it worked out well.
When I was at North Glen, the only thing we won state titles in was band.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I was no part of that. Actually, my sophomore year, I think the girls' soccer team won a state title.
Oh, okay. That's impressive.
They were really good, but the band was like awesome. So if you ever go to North Glen High School gym and you look up at all the banners up there, there's a bunch of band ones from the 90s.
You were there for that.
I was there for that. I had nothing to do with it.
Tyler and Greeley, my greatest accomplishment in high school is successfully doorbell ditching 54 houses in one night and never getting caught.
54.
That's pretty impressive,
That's
Tyler.
a lot of exercise.
Do kids even do that anymore?
Probably not. Like with rings.
Oh, rings, yeah.
Like it kind of ruins it.
You're like, hey, I know your parents. I'm calling them right now.
I'm just going to look at the footage and see who did it.
Yeah.
Kind of takes away the fun of it.
I guess, yeah, rings. It's all over for rings
it's
right
done.
there. All right, we got a fellow Norseman. Chad is checking in. That's awesome. I didn't know James while at North Glen, but I knew there was always a reason I liked his takes. My greatest high school accomplishment was being all-state O-lineman and getting to play in the all-state football game. That is sweet again.
Yeah.
That's I'm embarrassed to talk about mine now, hearing all these.
This list that you came up with is just going to make you and I feel bad.
Yeah. All right, well, keep them coming. We'll get to ours eventually, and maybe we'll sneak in our kind of crappy moments compared to what these guys have going on. All right, I mentioned this teasing, James. Want to have some fun with you today about, guys you're looking at this season. Yesterday, we had the conversation with Jake about Dion because of Big 12 Media Day.
Yep.
And it was very underwhelming, in my opinion. Big 12 Media Day with Deion Sanders as your head coach, and the biggest takeaway is that he's not going to be in the college football game because they didn't pay him enough. Well, what happened about the football team? Why aren't we talking about the football team? I just think the buzz around the Buffaloes is completely gone, and it's Deion's fault. He's not as cool. There's not as much appeal or want to be a part of that crew conversation anymore. So my question to you is Prime in your crosshairs? You and I probably feel the same way about David Adelman. It's probably not unique to us either.
Yeah.
And then I'll throw in Jared Bednar in that same sort of conversation. But let's start with Deion. Why aren't more people kind of on the case of Deion Sanders? This dude's been nothing but a disappointment.
Well, I mean, 2 of his 3 years have been big disappointments. They did have the one good season.
Yeah, true. I should give him that. You're right.
9-4 for where they started when he got there was that's miraculous. Might be an overstatement, but not that far off. Like nobody saw that coming. So it's like, okay. So I think there's still this little sliver of hope that he can find that magic again. We all expected a step backward when Shedeur left, when Travis left. That's a lot of talent walking out the door. A Heisman Trophy winner and your quarterback, arguably the best quarterback in the history of the program. I know people roll their eyes at that, but it's like, look at the numbers. He's up there. But it was a bigger step back than we thought. It was like, okay, maybe they're 5-7, 6-6. 3-9 is not going to get it done. No. But I think there's a little hope of like, okay, a big step backward, but let's see what they got this year. There's a little bit of excitement with Juju. Let's see what they can do with him because they were better in the 4 games he played. But should he be getting more pressure? Yes. Here's the other reason I think people aren't putting him in their crosshairs. Like, there's no viable way to move on from him unless he leaves on his own for health reasons or just is tired of it or whatever the case may be. They're not going to buy him out. They're not going to be able to get rid of him.
Well, they don't have the money.
Right. This isn't Texas where they can just say, we don't like this coach. Let's go hire the next big-name coach and buy this guy out. 1, they couldn't afford to buy him out. 2, they couldn't afford to go hire anybody that you think is going to be better. So it's like you're kind of stuck with him. So I think that's the biggest reason, whereas you look at David Adelman, who should have been fired after the playoff meltdown.
Yep.
Jared Bednar, who should have been fired after the playoff meltdown.
They say cup or bust, but there were no bust.
There's no bust
scenarios.
None at all. Both of those guys should have been gone. Doesn't mean that Jared Bednar is not a good coach. He is. But they failed a lot in the playoffs with the best team in the NHL, and he just gets a free pass for it over and over and over again. 1 free pass, 2 free passes, okay, but when 8 out of 9 years you've come up short, woefully short. Now, the exception was great when they won the Cup, but you look at that and say, I think there's probably a lot of coaches who, with the best team in hockey year in and year out, could win a Cup and in the other 8 years not even win a single game in the Western Conference Finals. They've only been there one other time,
right.
And they didn't win a game, so it's kind of like not even being there. So I think he should be number 1. He and Adelman, the Nuggets, if they would just admit their mistake or say, hey, we need to go in a different direction, they can afford to go hire whoever they want. They can afford to buy out and pay coaches who aren't coaching.
And there's no salary cap for coaches.
Right. Like, you can win in the margins in a salary cap sport, and the Nuggets just refuse to do it. Like, do I think they want to pay Michael Malone and David Adelman and another coach? Of course they don't. But can they? Yes. So if you have the wrong guy.
Well, they don't have to pay Malone anymore.
Well,
he got a
right.
job.
You're right now that he's at Carolina. So you have Nikola Jokic. You can't afford to not have the right coach. You just can't. And I thought he did a good job when he took over for Malone. I thought the playoff run he did a nice job in that, and it was worthy of he deserved to get a whole year and see what he could do. And I thought during the regular season, considering the fact that 7 guys who we heard will reevaluate in 4 weeks, and they still won 54 games, I thought he did a nice job. But this isn't a team that's in, hey, how good's their regular season mode.
Right.
It's all about the postseason with both those teams, and both of them failed, and in my mind failed miserably, and both of those coaches should be in the crosshair because they can do something about it. Dion is deserving of all the criticism that comes his way. I'm not defending him from a coaching standpoint at all. That program is a bit of a mess. If you talk to people who are in the program, you talk to people who are at practices, you talk to people who play there, it's more of a mess than most of us even know.
There's a few videos that are out that could destroy that thing if they became public.
For sure. And so all that criticism is fair, but they can't do anything about it. They're stuck with him. He had the great year. They were afraid he was going to jump to the NFL. They gave him the extension, gave him all the money, and then it just fell off a cliff, and they're stuck with it. There's nothing they can do about it other than just hope he's able to turn it around and hope that magic is back and hope that last year was based on Shedeur left, Travis left, and Dion wasn't himself because of his health issues.
Okay.
All of those are fair, though. Those
They
are
are.
3 fair excuses.
I mean, look, if I'm dealing with cancer, I'm probably going to have a little bit of a lack performance at work.
Yeah.
So I can get that.
Understandable.
And also, they tried to play the redshirt game with Julian, and that might have bit him in the butt a couple different times. Now, they played it the right way to end the season, so now he has more eligibility. But I look at Dion, and it's a good point of, like, what are they supposed to do because of financial reasons? But again, it's just, are we going to be hostage to a guy that thinks he's a better coach than he actually is just because he's got us by the short hairs because we're in a bad relationship, and instead of leaving that relationship, we go, yeah, but she's so hot.
Yeah, but it's also it's that, and it's also we got kids and we own a house together, and you know all this that. And like it does become more difficult, right? Versus, I met her about a month ago, and
right.
I don't even know her
Can
last
cut ties
name.
right now. Yeah.
Never met her parents.
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff, right? So I do think it's we are held hostage. Like, that's a fair way to put it. I just don't know that there's anything they can do about it. I'm open to suggestions, and if they're 3-9 this year, should they say, hey, it's time to move on, and Dion's not the answer? Yes. But they could be thinking that and want to do it, but not be able to do it. I just think that's the reality of the situation. So as a Buffs fan, as a CU graduate, if I had a magic wand and could wave it and any team in Colorado could win a championship, I would pick CU football.
That's cool.
That's what I would pick. Now that the Nuggets have one.
Yeah.
But
I'd pick the Norsemen, but go ahead.
But I also just have to be realistic. That would be fun.
Yeah, right.
I
State
just have to be realistic about it and be like, yeah, they're just stuck. They just are. I don't like the fact that they are, but I don't see another way out other than to just hope Dion finds the magic again.
I want to hear from Dion, some of the things he said that we didn't get to yesterday at Big 12 Media Day, but I also want to get into a deeper conversation about Jared Bednar with you of the one way I would have liked him to get fired and be replaced this season, and then now that that's not on the table, why I'm all right with how they're doing it. We'll get into that next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Denver Deck Builders is a family-run business through and through. Owner Ron Gibbous gets the privilege of working with his sons. Great for him, great for their family.
It has built our family relationships. I did it to work with my sons. When I started the business, I had a full-time job already, working 4 on, 4 off, and the 4 days off, I wanted to be with my boys. I wanted to teach them how to work. I wanted to spend time with them. I wanted to build our relationships, and it has totally done that.
Start planning your family's outdoor living space with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
Hey, Rob Biandino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled about 7,000 cases, over 300 trials. Man, I see so many bad stops on these DUIs. Unlawful arrest, the police putting body cams off, the evidence is sketchy. We got to go get the evidence. We go find those cameras, the stores, the ATMs, the banks. We got the experts to challenge their breath test, their blood test. My office has over 100 years experience at this stuff. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com or 720-706-5151.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Ductworks. Summertime is all about staying cool and comfortable. But what about the air flowing through your home? You rely on your AC all summer long. Make sure the air that's circulating in your home is clean and fresh. Your air ducts collect dust, debris, and allergens year-round, and summertime airflow keeps it moving throughout your house. It's one of the most overlooked parts of your home, but it impacts the air you breathe every single day. That's why I trust the professionals at Ductworks. They're personable. When you call, you're always going to talk to a live person. They're educated guys, and Ductworks is Colorado's top-rated air duct cleaning company, trusted by thousands of 5-star reviews. Before your AC works through another Colorado summer, make sure the air you're breathing is clean. Call them for a free estimate today. 303-425-0985. That's 303-425-0985 or online at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985. Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is the time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is BASE. Text BASE to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's BASE to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, we're having some fun. James Merilatt sitting in for Cecil Lammy today. We're asking you guys your greatest high school accomplishments, as we're both North Glen guys and proud of being North Glen guys. So hit us up at 303-713-1043. Put your name on the end of your text on the RamosLaw.com text line and tell us what your greatest high school accomplishment is. We'll get to as many of those as we can. Same deal over on YouTube, youtube.com/DenverSports. Click the Dover and Cecil stream and then participate in Tribe Chat right there, fueled by our friends over at Champ Honda. We appreciate you guys rocking with us however it is you're doing so. All right, I wanted to hear from Dion, but before we do that, finish that conversation real quick about coaches and crosshairs that should be on a hot seat. We're talking about Dion, DA, and Jared Bednar. And if the Avalanche decided to fire Jared Bednar, I wouldn't have came in here and went, they did it wrong, that was a wrong choice, can't believe this is what happened. But I'm also not up in arms that they didn't do it either, unless it was going to be for David Carl at DU. That was the guy I'm like, hey, there's a dude sitting right there, doesn't have to buy a new house. Kids don't have to go to new schools. Wife doesn't have to flip life upside down to figure out where their next stop is. And he's an up-and-coming coach that is going to be at the NHL level at some point sooner rather than later. So I'll take a Sean Payton saying, you want this guy to go do it somewhere else, or you want him to do it on your team? Why wouldn't they at least entertain that idea, at least make the offer? Maybe they had a conversation and David wasn't ready, and I don't know that. That's all good. But outside of that, I was okay with them keeping Jared Bednar and not extending him. The whole lame duck. I hate that term. It pisses me off, to be honest. You know what we all are? Lame ducks.
Yeah.
They could fire us today at 2 o'clock if they wanted to.
Yeah.
And they might.
He's still under contract.
Exactly right.
Why do you have to have it more than 1 year?
And guess what? Everybody listening, your boss can come grab you from cubicle or car or whatever it is you do right now and fire your ass, and we're all lame ducks. So why should these guys get any different treatment when they're privileged to do what they do for a living?
It's such a great point, and it's become one of those things that's just everybody says all the time, so we all kind of accept it as reality of like, well, you can't be a lame duck coach. Why? That's a great point. Why? Yeah, you're on a prove-it year. Oh, you can't be a lame duck coach. It takes away your power with the players. Like, no, it doesn't. They know you're fighting for your job, so if they like you and want you to keep your job, they'll play harder. If they don't, well, that gives the organization some more info for their answer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, yeah, we probably should move on, so I don't know why that never dawned on me before. Like,
I hate that term. I hate it so much.
And I don't like being the person that just repeats what's kind of the conventional wisdom, but that is one I found myself repeating until you just turn the light bulb on for me there, Josh. Thank you.
I literally hate it. Like, you can't be a lame duck coach. Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Guess what I'm in right now? The last 2 months of my contract, and they could fire me today.
Yeah, well, the way this is going.
So I just thought that about the Bednar situation. All right, if you can't get a better coach or what you think is a better coach, let them play it out. And I love what you're saying. Let the guys, If there's more juice, he's the guy. If they look like they're going through the motions, well, you know what you have to do.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that too. Like the biggest mistake would have been keeping him and giving him an extension.
Yes.
Then it just becomes apparently the results don't matter at all. That would have been bad. Letting him play it out. Okay, you can talk me into it. David Carl would have been an option. Now that Tortorella's back out there, like, hey, that's the guy who just beat you. Would you want to have that conversation? The problem I have with the Nuggets, the Avalanche, they're kind of turning into the Rockies. Anytime somebody leaves, they just promote from within, right? Michael Malone leaves, just promote David Adelman. The GMs leave, they just keep promoting from within. Jared Bednar, to some extent, was that. He was in Lake Erie.
Yeah.
They just promoted from within. Like, they never go outside and talk to anyone else. So if they weren't going to do that, if they were just going to get rid of Jared Bednar and bring up somebody from the bench, and now he's the head coach, like, well, what's the point? That wouldn't make any sense if you were going to go out and really try to upgrade, or at least see if you can upgrade. I would have been in favor of it. I just think if Jared Bednar never coached another game with the Avs, his tenure as the Avs head coach was disappointing. They underachieved. What's funny is if he wins another cup, now he might be on the Mount Rushmore of Colorado coaches.
Right.
Because he'll join Mike Shanahan as the only guy to ever win 2 titles. So it's a very, it could go either direction. But as of today, they've underachieved with Jared Bednar as their head coach.
So we'll see. I think they're playing it right now, but reserve the right to change that opinion when we get to October, it's September, I guess, when they start playing some hockey. All right, there's a couple things I wanted to hear from Deion Sanders, who met the media for Big 12 Media Day. And he talked about an update on Julian Lewis that I want to get to. And in fact, let's just start there. The update on Julian, who was there, but obviously doing his own media rounds. Here's the update about his quarterback from the head coach.
Juju is making tremendous strides. We want him to just take control and do what he's capable of doing. I made a big mistake, man. You got to understand, I've coached my son my whole entire life, so everything was like, compared to that, that's hard to get. Him and Travis, it's hard to understand, so you can't judge everybody by that. Instead of wanting certain aspects of his game, I got to digress and say, you know what, he's young. Let him develop into that. Let him come in, let him grow into that, and just let him play the game, and allow your coordinator, Brendan, to do what he does, and he can put that sauce on it because he's really good at that. But allow Juju to grow into that role, and don't have the expectation that he has to be right here and right now.
Yeah.
Just do your job. That's all we're asking.
I actually really love that answer. That might be my favorite answer that Deion's ever given outside of like Arrival, and it was still cute, and Louis Luggage and all the fun sayings he was giving us. Like just football answer, that might have been the best thing he's ever said. One, he admitted he made a mistake. Let's mark the damn date on that one.
A little humility.
Yeah, right. I didn't know that existed in the Sanders family. And then he's talking about what an actual plan, kind of chill out, patience. You said it a little bit earlier. Sounds like Deion understands he needs some patience with, what's Julian, 19? A 19-year-old quarterback.
I'm with you. I like to hear him say that and admit he made a mistake. But it's also kind of one of those where it's like, well, that's like coaching 101.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I got to be more patient with a kid who, when he got there, was 17 years old than I was with my son, who was 22. And at one point, people were talking about going in the top 10 of the NFL draft. Like, yeah, they're going to be different. And then the other part of it is I got to adjust what I'm doing based on that player's skill set. Well, yes, of course you do. A lot of coaches fall into that, though.
Sure.
It's all about their system.
It's a dictatorship and not
and not what the player does well. But no, that was a good answer. And college football, just like the NFL, it's a quarterback-driven sport. If Juju is what everybody thought he was when they signed him, then I think CU can have a surprisingly good season. If he turns out to be just kind of mid, then I think they're really going to struggle. And that's a lot of pressure to put on a second-year guy. Do we call him redshirt freshman anymore, or is it not that now that you get 5 years? Is it just he's a second-year guy?
That's a good question.
But then he had a red shirt, but why did that matter? I don't know. It's so hard to keep track of the college football rules. But anyhow, a second-year guy, young kid, 2 years removed from high school. It's a lot of pressure to put on him, but that's the case. They don't really have, at least people that we know, they don't have a lot of other stars. That's the marquee name. College football is weird now, though, Josh. 2 years ago, the media members picked Oklahoma State to win the Big 12. They didn't win a single game.
Went over, yeah.
Like, that just shows how none of us know what any of these teams are because of the transfer portal. They could be really good. They could be really bad. We don't know. We'll start to figure it out when they take the field for the first game. But we also, practice isn't open. They don't play preseason games. There really is no way to know until they roll out there for the opener.
We'll see this fall. A couple quick texts on the RamosLaw.com text line. This is fun. Somebody taking a little shot at our high school lack of athletic accomplishments. My best high school accomplishment, never losing to Northglenn in baseball or football. All 4 years, #Westie's better.
That's fair.
Remember Westie had David Blair, or was it David Blair? No.
They played up at CU.
Yeah, Tom Wilson's kid.
Blair Wilson.
Yes, Blair Wilson.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Who absolutely embarrassed me 1, 2, 3, 4 different times throughout high school.
Yeah, look, never
scored
losing.
like 40 multiple times against us, and I was a part of
that.
Yeah.
Were you guarding him?
Yeah, I was.
All right, that's not so great. Did you use all 5 of your fouls?
Pretty close, and a lot of us did.
I mean, if he's going to light you up, at least make sure
Get my money's
you're
worth.
making him earn it. That really sounds great, never losing to Northglenn, but let's just face it, that's not that huge of an accomplishment.
Right.
There are a lot of schools that can say that.
You probably wouldn't tell that to non-Northglenn guys. He's kind of dunking on us,
Yeah,
which is okay.
for sure, totally.
But you probably wouldn't do that to other. The biggest thing I ever did at Westie, I've told this story before on the radio, so a real quick version of it. Our basketball team was playing their basketball team, and we got off the buses, and they were waiting, and it was a 20v20 brawl in the parking lot, and then they still let us play the basketball game.
Wow.
It was awesome, dude. It was awesome. Really dumb, and if anybody I love that's that age did it, I'd be upset. But me being in the moment, it was awesome.
What would happen nowadays if that happened?
They'd cancel the whole season.
Oh, my gosh,
It'd
they
be
would.
over.
It would be so bad. The game certainly wouldn't happen.
No.
There'd be this big investigation. They'd cancel the season. There'd be, there'd be pressing charges. And there, they just break it up. Let's go play the game.
It was like, get to your locker room. We got yelled at pretty good, but then we went out and played basketball.
I think that's so much of a better way to deal with it.
Yeah, and we got destroyed in the game.
Well, there you go. But you don't have to make a federal case out of everything.
Exactly right.
Was it smart? No. Should you have done it? No.
No.
But let's just break it up and let's all move on. with our
Lessons
lives.
were learned.
Yeah.
All right, I want to get into a Rockies conversation with you, James. Our buddy Jake Shapiro was sitting in that seat yesterday. He said something I thought was crazy about what he would do with the best Rockies player on the roster right now, Hunter Goodman. I want to run it by you next.
The conversation around the Nuggets' restricted free agent is heating up. But is there a real question that needs to be asked before a deal is signed?
I need more proof from Payton Watson. Honestly, I'm terrified to give this guy a $100 million contract. Terrified for the Denver Nuggets and me as a fan to watch him do what Christian has done. Then with Payton Watson, I go, all right, so what do I have, a 40-game sample size and I'm supposed to give you $100 million? Yeah, I'm worried about that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Cecil Lammy here from my friends SodaDietAndNutrition.com. It's SodaDietNutrition.com, and right now, they got a big summer offer. You can get 4 weeks free. You call 866-800-SODA and mention The Fan. 866-800-SODA, mention me and 104.3 The Fan, and you get that 4 weeks free on the big summer offer. SodaDietAndNutrition.com online. You want to go check them out, see those thousands of before and after pictures, and soda was all the difference for me. I had wanted to lose weight for years as someone who'd always been in shape. I let my body go, and boy did it go. 60 pounds? I lost 60 pounds, and I'm never gaining it back. 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds because of soda, dietnutrition.com, and I've never gained it back because they gave me the tools. I know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat, all because of soda. And going through the soda dynamic diet, custom built for me, they can custom build a plan for you as well that can get that weight off and you can keep it off. SodaDietNutrition.com, because soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
It's easy to find your groove. As America celebrates, Groove Toyota, the oldest family-owned Toyota dealership in the Denver Metro, has more reasons to celebrate. Choose from hundreds of pre-owns, 40 under 15 grand. GrooveToyota.com. Plus, Groove Toyota has more than 100 used Toyotas, including Toyota Certifieds with full warranties available. Hurry into our Red, White, and Drive event. Groove Toyota. Start here. Go anywhere.
Offer expires 7/31/26. Not all will qualify. Restrictions apply. With approved credit call 720-961-4465 for complete details.
The package of seeds you see at garden stores. I just bought a few. Lettuce, sunflower, and green beans. This is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member FDIC, an equal housing lender. You may be wondering why a banker is talking about planting and not savings accounts. Well, these seeds got me thinking. Growing something new doesn't just happen in the garden. Alpine Bank can help you do that to your life too. Maybe starting a business is on your mind. Is fresh landscaping or a backyard patio something you'd like? When you have a minute, call or visit Alpine Bank. Tell us about your summer plans. Together we can plant seeds and see exciting things grow. Just like my sunflowers. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
All right, Broncos country, listen up. Philip Lindsay here. And for stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation for your airport transfers and more. They're dependable, they're professional, so you can focus on your vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Give them a call today at 303-577-7600, or you can visit them online at ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Taco Bell's new jalapeno citrus salsa, the sauce with main character energy. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only, while supplies last.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, for the second consecutive day, we're going to talk a little Colorado Rockies. We always say if they're doing something worthy of airtime, we'll give it to them. And if not, we'll just completely ignore what they are and what they have been doing. Now, they did lose last night, so they dropped the series to the Dodgers. It would have been the first time in a very, very long time that they were winning a series in Los Angeles, but they couldn't get it done. They fall 4-3 last night. Mookie Betts has the game-winning single in the eighth, where the Rockies, on their top half of the eighth, I mean, what they have, bases loaded with one out and couldn't do anything with it. And they had the same opportunity in the fourth inning and couldn't do anything there. Really, the story, though, for the Rockies is Gabriel Hughes. I was just telling you and Alex as we were talking about it during the break. I've said it before, baseball is not my favorite sport. It's my least favorite sport, if I'm being honest. But I've found myself kind of watching the Rockies of what we've been doing on this show, James, is like, are they laying any foundational pieces down to build the house? And if they are, let's talk about them and give them some credit. And I don't know if Gabriel Hughes is going to be that. It's a little early. I think it's his first MLB start and just his second appearance in a Rockies uniform. But he struggles to start, settles in, and became dominant and was putting pitches on dots, dude. It was impressive to watch. Gets taken out of the game, and then you maybe heard this one before. The bullpen started to fall apart a little bit, and that's ultimately why they lost. Senza didn't even look great last night. But Gabriel Hughes, if we want to talk about foundational pieces, let me see a little bit more before I officially put him in that conversation. But, dude, I was impressed by him last night.
Yeah, he pitched 6 innings, struck out 7. He showed some promise. You can look at that guy and go, okay, He looks the part.
Yeah.
We'll see what he turns into, but he looks like a guy who could be a part of the rotation moving forward. Much like before he got hurt, Dollander started to look like, hey, this guy's legit.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right, a couple of pitching prospects, which that's how they're going to have to build their staff. They're not going to get free agent pitchers to sign here. That hasn't happened since Mike Hampton and Denny Nagel.
Yeah, and how'd that work out?
Yeah. I mean, that's been a quarter century ago. So that was encouraging. And I'm like you guys, how I'm looking at the Rockies, yeah, I want them to win, and I'm not a moral victory guy. I'm not. So I'm not going to sit here and say, they only lost 4-3, or, they got them to extra innings and then blew it. Like, it's still a loss. But you're not going to go from a team that was flirting with being the worst team in the history of the sport to where we were pulling up teams that played in the 1800s as comparisons, the old Cleveland Spiders, to a team that's going to be playoff worthy, right? It's going to have to go in steps. And to me, the step this year is don't lose 100 games. And then next year, it's be 500. And then the next year, it's all right, now you should be flirting with a wild card berth. That to me is a logical, and that's a pretty quick transition, but that's a logical transition. And along the way, give me some young players that have promise. Give me some guys that, when I look up at the scoreboard and they're showing date of birth, it's like 2004.
Yeah.
Right. I don't want to see these guys that were born in the 1900s. I don't be bad with old guys. If you're going to lose with guys that are in their early 20s. Have some young players with promise. Have some guys you can say, hey, when they're finally good in 3 years, if they are, those guys will be on the field. They'll be part of what they're doing, and they do have some of that. They have some young players that are promising, and here's the other part of it. They're fun to watch. Don't be bad and boring. If you're going to be bad, at least be fun, right? The old Blake Street Bombers, everybody looks back on the Blake Street Bombers like this grand era. They weren't any good for the most part. They weren't. But they hit a lot of home runs. It was an 11-10 game down at Coors Field. It was like watching beer league softball. And you had fun at the ballpark. They were entertaining. The players were these great personalities that we can still name, 30 years later. This team's kind of got a little bit of that. Now, they're not as good as that team, both in terms of being entertaining, and those teams did win. They were 500 teams. They weren't this bad. But it's not like the Blake Street Bombers were in the playoffs every year. Not like they were flirting with the World Series every year. They were like, they're okay.
And you know what? To that, like, I was a kid watching that growing up. You could have told me they were great, and I'd been like, yeah, you know what? They were. Because I had a great time.
Right.
And it was fun. And I'm like, Dante Bichette and Eric Young and Vinny. I love Vinny Castilla still. I'm like, Andres Galarrago with the, his open stance and the swing of the bat.
Ellis Burks.
It's fun, dude.
And that's what this team has a little bit of. Like, if you go down, you buy a ticket, you deal with getting downtown, you pay to park, and you buy your beer and your hot dog, you're going to sit down and actually watch the baseball game and be entertained.
Yeah.
It's not just I'm going down there to, see who's up at the what do they call it, the party deck.
Party deck, yep.
And it's basically the biggest bar in Denver. It's not that. It's still that, but the baseball is actually entertaining now.
Yeah.
That can be part of your night. So that's a step in the right direction. And it's easy to just, poo-poo everything the Rockies do.
Of course, yeah.
Look at their record and say, okay, whatever, guys.
That's a lazy narrative, in my opinion.
It is. It is. You got to look at where they started and say, okay, is this progress? It is. As long as the trajectory keeps going up, then they're on the right path. I also like some of the people they have in place. I like that they went and got a general manager from outside the organization for the first time since 1999. I like that they got rid of Bud Black, and I was anti-Bud Black, and everybody would say, well, what's the difference going to be? They're still going to lose games.
I think we're seeing it.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, they're not a playoff team, but do you think they'd be this good with Bud Black?
No.
This good is not the right way to put it.
But at least light at the end of the tunnel.
Correct.
Maybe it's just flickering right now, but there's light.
They just seem to do the little things better now. They're not perfect at it. Like, you got the bases loaded with one out. You should score. It's baseball 101 there. Play a little small ball, hit a fly ball, you score, it's a tie game. So they're not doing all the little things right, but they're better at it. And they just seem to have a little bit more energy to them. Like, there's a better vibe around that team. They seem to care versus getting our paycheck. My biggest criticism of Todd Helton was he was always a guy who had the worst mindset in baseball, which is, hey, we got another one tomorrow. You do, and I get it. With 162 games, you can't treat it like an NFL game and be so up and down with every win and every loss. But you also can't have we got another one tomorrow approach too much, because then that starts to add up.
You talk about Buddy Black, who I liked, and I think you've probably had conversations with him. I have. He's been super nice. He's a chill dude, loves the game. But when your boss is going through the motions, the rest of y'all are going to go through the motions too.
Correct. Every once in a while, you got to, take the bucket of balls and chuck them out on the field and show that you care.
Yep, that's right.
All right? Is it going to make a big difference in terms of where you're at in the standings? No, but does it make 5 or 6 or 7 game difference in how many you win? All right, that you keep adding to that, it starts to build. So I like what they're doing down there. I think it's moving in the right direction. They have some young players that I like. And right now, it was in the last couple of years, if you'd given me a ticket, I wouldn't go. I'm not sure I'm going to buy one now.
Yeah.
But if you give me one, I'll go.
We get sometimes we get free ticket offers.
Yeah.
And, several times I've asked the lady if she wants to go, and she doesn't. But I'm like, I'm interested in going still. And plus, Warren Schaefer, manager of the Rockies, he's a friend of the program.
Love Tribe.
So he says stuff like
there
that.
You go.
He loves us. He loves you. So we're in on it. We'll talk about what Jake was saying yesterday a little bit later. By the way, some of the Rockies' offensive stats, they're top 10 in a few of those major stats that matter. So there is some light at the end of that tunnel. Our boy Millhouse got in on the RamosLaw.com text line. I was a 2-time 5A state champ in wrestling in high school. That's impressive. But then he wrote, now I'm fat and I struggle to get off the couch.
Doesn't matter.
You have that to live on, Millhouse.
You had a prime, Millhouse. As long as you had a prime, you're good.
Yeah, that is exactly right. All right, hour 1 done. Just like that, quarter 2 on deck. We're going to get back into a Broncos conversation on Thursdays. We get to talk to our buddy Mike Kliss. Let's find out what Mike thought about that piece from Seth Wickersham about Sean Payton this week, coming up next.
The wait is almost over, Broncos country.
And I like football.
Training camp is right around the corner, and all eyes are on Bo Nix as Denver looks to take the next step in year 3 under Sean Payton. Can the Broncos build on last season's momentum? Who will emerge in key position battles? And are the Broncos ready to become a true contender in the AFC? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Summer hailstorms bring in the 3-ring front porch roofing circus.
In ring 1, there's We're Doing Bob's Roof down the street.
And in ring 2, there's We Will Cover Your Deductible.
And in ring 3, What Do I Need to Do to Get You to Sign Today?
Send those clowns to the curb.
Don't turn your home into a circus. Call the pros, Denver Roof Pros.
Check us out at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first-round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice. This is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. That's 303-590-5600. Go Able. Bring Able to the table.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
What's going on, guys? Imagine the finest jewelry legends all in one store together, making you feel just like family, and their service is going to reflect that. So come shop the finest Suits Diamonds in Denver. They have every size, shape, and price range you can imagine in the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever set eyes on. And not only are they going to share the secrets of the business with you, they're going to give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why wouldn't you want to create moments and memories for yourself and the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers. Located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue, and also in Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Philip Nizzi, when you step through one of those doors.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN at KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it?
Always fired up to chat with you and excited to talk about this week's article about Sean Payton. And, of course, it made all the rounds. Seth Wickersham has been on this radio station a couple times and picking his brain. Before we dive kind of deep into each little category, my first question is, what stood out to you the most? What was the biggest, oh, I didn't know that, coming from that article?
Well, there's a lot of stuff, a lot of anecdotes. I thought it was a neat thing about the bidet calling off the fake punt on he called a 4th and 11 run, snap to the up back, which would have been a bidet, Rutgers special. I'm guessing they weren't going to make that, but but the biggest takeaway I got was that Sean Payton is he's got a lot of jerk in him. But that's also that jerk aspect of him is what makes him a good coach. I would think that's the best thing. He's kind of a mad scientist. He's contradictory too. There's some compassion to him where he, on the Super Bowl plane, had they made it that far, he was going to make it so the guys with the adult children, which included him, wouldn't bring their kids. The players and coaches with the young children were going to get seats on the plane. So there's everyone's separated good and bad by percentages. He's got a heavy percentage of, a different word than jerk, but, whatever works. And I do think that the way he is, as demanding as he is, tough as he is, that's what makes him a good coach.
I'm with you on all of that. It also came across as he's a bit of a control freak, and I mean that as a compliment. Yeah. Like, I think you have to be successful as a head coach in the NFL, but when I'm reading that and how involved he is in everything, I'm looking at that going, all the more reason I'm wondering how this Davis Webb experiment's going to go calling plays. How long's the leash going to be? Maybe he is calling the plays, but what's really happening all week behind the scenes? Is that a fair takeaway that, man, that guy's a control freak, and the minute that goes bad, if they have one game where it's like they only scored 13 points, do we start hearing the conversation of when is Sean going to take it back over? Because he likes to have his hand in everything, Mike.
He does, and there's also some insecurity that came along in that story that was painted. And, it seemed like he was tough on Vance Joseph, and Vance Joseph was the best coordinator on the team last year.
Mm-hmm.
And, he was tough on the defense. He pointed out the negative things that were going on with the defense rather than complimenting. How about the opposite? If Davis Webb does really good and then has a bad game,
right.
Will Sean get on him? So I agree. That's going to be tough. The way he watches film too, Sean Payton watches film and spots things. That's the mad scientist of him. I think what he had a play from the 2000 NFC Championship game. He woke up and was thinking of that play and put that play in. That kind of stuff is going to happen. The question is going to be, I think he did admit, he's not as quick on making decisions on the play call at 62 as he was at 40. And so I do think he needs on game day the rhythm of play calling. He needs to let Davis Webb kind of handle that. It's all on play sheets anyway. 3rd and 3, we got these 3 options. 2nd and 11, we got these 3 options. I think he's going to line up all of those plays. It'll just be up to Davis to call him on game day. And, I would have to like to see if Sean lets him continue on the rhythm to get out of a slump when nothing seems to be working. And but also I think Sean will probably line up the plays for Davis Webb to call.
We're talking with our buddy Mike Kliss. He joins us every Thursday to talk all things Denver Broncos. How about the Belichick thing? You buying that at all, Mike? We all agree that there's an ego that Sean has that could probably fill this room. Was he really going to step down and let Bill Belichick take all the glory on his team? I have a hard time buying that story, Mike.
Yeah, no. It didn't get far. It didn't get to Penner. It didn't get I think it was an idea he spoke out loud to Seth Wickersham, and from what I understand, it was like, I'm going to run for president, and the first thing I'm going to do is whatever, bring gas prices down. It's not much reality there. Just kind of again, the mad scientist. He just thinks of all these wild things. And he thinks out of the box. And I think that's what that was right there.
Mike, it was a really cool story, and I'm glad that he allowed Seth Wickersham to do it. But I also, as I'm reading it, I'm like, why? Why would Sean Payton allow this kind of access? And what was the motivation? I guess I'm asking to psychoanalyze it a little bit, but why do you think he allowed that kind of access and allowed that story to take place?
Well, he wanted to look good. I think there's some, there's some ego there, and he mostly looked good. I would hate to be an assistant coach. Poor Joe Vitt. Joe Vitt's trying to brown nose him a little bit on the playoffs, and Sean doesn't want anything to do with it. He dismisses it. So. Seth and him have a little different relationship. I know Seth went up there for his book. Did you guys read the quarterback book, The Kings?
I read every word, but explain it to James.
Yeah, it's very good. And in that, he went up to Coeur d'Alene and hung out with Elway and Gretzky and Sean Payton. This was, I think, the year that Sean was off doing TV. So they had a relationship, number one. And number two, I agree. Part of me wants to know, we saw what made it to print. I wonder what kind of stuff was said that didn't make print. I don't necessarily think Seth emptied the vault. in this story. There's just so much comments that he made, and it was still very interesting. Some of the anecdotes were incredible, but that's the one thing about Sean. Like when these players sign as free agents, they'd come in with their 3-piece suits and that they just bought for the press conference, and then they couldn't have press conferences. He kind of really restricts access for players and the assistant coaches and the coordinators. And then he opens up the back door for Seth. But there's a lot of contradiction. Like I said earlier, there's a lot of contradiction to Sean Payton. I found him to be a very difficult guy to figure out. However, I think the end game, and this is where he hasn't always been kind to me, but it doesn't matter because everything he does, I think, points toward the fact that he's a proven, successful, 10 win a season plus 10 plus win a season coach, and you're always in contention. And so I'll also say that it sounded to me like he was gripping the bat a little too tight the week of the AFC Championship game.
Yes, sir.
You had the coaches up late, 2 a.m. He had long practices going into the AFC Championship game. You just wonder if, that he might have overworked going into the AFC Championship game.
All right, we saved the most important for last, Mike. How you shooting today? How you hitting them?
I'm playing bogey golf.
Hey, that's not bad.
We're playing 9 holes. I'm setting a record in 3 putts. So,
well, there's a dirty secret about golf, as you know. No one's actually good. So bogey golf, if that's
right.
what you're doing, keep it up.
Yeah.
That's a nice score.
Yeah.
All right.
That actually ain't bad for me. So
no, not at all. Mike, we always appreciate your time, man. Keep up the great work. Enjoy some of this downtime in golf courses, and we'll check in again next week.
You got it.
All right, guys. Mike Kliss at Mike Kliss 9 News on Twitter. A little insight there as to what's going on. Plus, hanging out playing golf on a Thursday afternoon.
I mean, it's the time of year to do it. Get it in while you can, right? And you're right. Most people aren't any good at golf. Most people lie about how good they are. If you're actually being honest and you're shooting bogey golf, you're having a pretty good day on the course.
Bogey golf is what I aim to shoot.
Right, exactly. Like, unless you're just a stick, right? Like, you're just most people, that would be a really good day out there. And then they would also tell you, I shot 80.
Yeah,
no, you didn't.
Exactly. Stokely's a good golfer. Evans is a good golfer. And then I probably insert myself into the conversation after that around here.
I'm way, 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 way down that list. I'm behind Zach.
Will's actually
at this
pretty
point.
good. Will's pretty good too.
Will can hit it.
Will Peterson can hit it too. All right, we'll reset some of the stuff we learned from Mike Kliss later on in the show every day around 11:15, and James will be a part of this today. We're breaking down a different player or a position group or a coach. We're ultimately going to get to coaches later on. Today I want to dive into the trenches. O-line, D-line. How good will they be? That's coming up next.
The Colorado Rockies just landed 10 players on ESPN's top 100 trade candidates, tied for the most in baseball. And suddenly the deadline might run straight through Denver. From Mickey Moniak's hot bat to Antonio Senzatella's breakout as a shutdown reliever, contenders are circling, and the new DePodesta-led front office faces its first real test. Will the Rockies cash in their chips and accelerate the rebuild, or play it safe? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
1-855
877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
I'm Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. A lot of new firms aren't even from Colorado, but we are. For 47 years, we've known Colorado law, we fought for our neighbors, and we won for our community. If you've been injured, call 303-GOOD-LAW.
Hi, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Home Improvements. For an 8% scheduling incentive and a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments, go to drhi.com. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, finished basements, windows, and doors. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right.
2026 is shaping up to be an amazing year to buy a home in Colorado. If you've been dreaming about getting into your first place, upgrading for more space, or downsizing for a simpler lifestyle, now is a smart time to start planning. And the first step is easy. Get pre-approved. With American Financing, you can get it done in 24 hours or less, so you'll know exactly what you can afford before you start shopping. Rates have been dropping, home prices are steady, and more homes are hitting the market. You could score the right home at the right price and lock in a monthly payment that fits your budget without stretching yourself thin. And unlike renting, every payment you make goes toward your future, not your landlord's. And here's a misconception that they love to bust. You don't need 20% down. Many buyers purchase with as little as 3% down. So if home ownership is on your 2026 goals list, make it happen. Call American Financing, 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, I want to talk Broncos D-line and O-line with James, who's sitting in for Cecil today. But we're also asking you guys out there in the tribe to hit us up on the ramoslaw.com text line and our YouTube tribe chat, thanks to our friends over at Sean Ponda, about your biggest high school accomplishments. We got a texter from 720-766. Don't forget, throw your names on here. Oh, he did. Chris in Denver. Sorry, I can't read Chris. What did I accomplish in high school? Nothing. But I did go to GW during Chauncey, then transferred to East for my junior and senior years, so my schools won some stuff for sure. You know, you were at the two best basketball schools of that time. So
wait,
I bet
so
you did
his
pretty
big
good.
accomplishment was riding coattails?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hanging out with Chauncey.
Yeah, I was on Chauncey's team. I mean, that's cool.
Yeah, it is.
But I'm not sure he had a lot to do with that. I'm not trying to shoot it down or
It's
anything.
like, you know that guy in the NBA? Used to be on his team.
Yeah, just trying to make sure I understand what he was bragging about.
Passed
there.
him the ball 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that would be, again, that'd be cool to be able to say you played with him in high school. But.
Yeah. I actually won a Chauncey Billups, like, was it 3-on-3 or 4v4? Some, like, smaller tournament. Me, Daniel Cost, a kid named Brian Elbow, who I don't even know what the hell happened to Brian. We won this Chauncey Billups basketball tournament. It ended at Thornton. We won the whole thing. It's like you get to go have dinner at Chauncey's house. He gave us like a swag bag full of clothes, and I wore it all and like used it. Like autograph stuff, I wore it. Autograph basketballs, I played with them out in the street and ruined the basketballs.
You got to go to Chauncey's house for dinner?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
It was cool.
That's really cool.
But it was like me, my teammates, and our parents because we were minors.
Yeah, but this was when you were in high school.
Yeah.
This isn't the big accomplishment from your high school days? This
I
is
guess
your
that could
winner.
have been. Right?
Like, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that would have been better than what I was going to say. Is I had one good game in high school where I was never a starter, but it was actually at Columbine High School, and I threw an inbound lob to Miles, who could dunk it when we were freshmen. That was awesome, and I scored 35 points in the game.
Wow,
and it was the most points I've ever scored.
That's amazing. That's a great accomplishment. I was in high school so long ago, it's taken me a while to even think back. So I haven't come up with mine yet. I have, I have the nerdy ones like, yay, you were in honor society. You got to graduate in a white gown instead of a red gown. Like, okay, I mean, I'm sure my parents thought that was great, and it looked good on my college applications, but not really something I want to brag about on the radio.
But you told me earlier you graduated early. I graduated one semester early. But it was like it was kind of like them getting me out of their hair sort of situation.
Oh, okay.
Because I still needed a half
Mutually
a credit.
parting ways.
But they're like, if you do a Job Corps type of deal, if you get a job at a place we're going to give you the job, you get the half credit and you graduate. And I was like, so I don't have to come to school. I'm going to get a paycheck and still graduate with my bros.
Did you get to play basketball second semester? Doesn't basketball go
No,
into...
it ended second semester. And I didn't play basketball my senior year.
Okay.
You know those girls and other things I was into?
Yeah, got you distracted.
Took over a little bit.
Understandable.
So, yeah, I ended early, and then, what is it, January, and then you graduate, or end in May. So just a few months.
Yeah,
but.
that's pretty cool, though. Yeah, I was a year ahead, but it wasn't because they wanted to run me out of there. It was like when I was in first grade, they decided, let's put you in second grade.
All right.
Like, okay, it wasn't that hard. I was good at, painting within the lines or whatever. That was my big accomplishment.
Like, this guy's a top color in the class. Let's move him up a little bit.
He can add 3+3 really quickly.
Justin in Lyman says, my junior and senior years in high school, I won back-to-back state championships in football for Lyman, which was part of a state record. Holy cow. 50 consecutive wins. Did you ever lose, Justin?
Yeah, Lyman was a powerhouse.
50 consecutive wins?
Powerhouse.
That's impressive.
Out there on the Eastern Plains. They were good. Being a part of that team would have been very good.
Yeah, you just beat down everybody.
Yeah, every single Friday.
All right, let's talk a little bit about these trenches, James. Broncos offensive line, Broncos defensive line. I think my two major questions for us to talk about is the offensive line going to be as good as it was? Warren Sharp Football, put it out just a couple days ago that he believes the Broncos have the best offensive line in the entire NFL. Maybe they're in that conversation. I don't know if I'd give them that nod. And I guess some of that in my brain depends on what JK does. And then when he went down, it's like, well, some of their things would get exposed. As far as the D-line, I expect full dominance again. Here are my two questions. Can they have a 1,000-yard rusher? O-line gets some credit with that. And if I told you over under 61.5 sacks, are the Broncos going to get 60 again, which would be the third straight season of 60 or more?
Will they have a 1,000-yard rusher? Well, they would have last year if JK hadn't gotten hurt.
Yeah.
And I don't think the fact that they haven't had 1,000-yard rushers on the offensive line. It's been on injuries, and I think it's on the play caller.
Sure.
Like when you have to run the ball on your play sheet to remind you to do it, I get it. I've called plays at a much lower level than that, and it's easy to fall in love with the passing game and not stick with the running game. I think it's the scheme. I think it's the play caller. I don't think it's the O-line. So I think they can have a 1,000-yard rusher. I think Davis Webb calling plays it has a better chance than Sean Payton of sticking with the run a little bit. I think that offensive line is really good. They're certainly very expensive, but Luke Wattenberg, I guess, would be the weak link, and I don't think he's a weak link. I don't think he's a bad player. No. Maybe you could say, Ben Powers is a little overpaid, but it's a good group. I mean, Bolsey's very underrated, still in this town. It's hard to get over what we saw early in his career, but I said this 3 or 4 years ago, he's going to end up in the Ring of Fame, and people laughed at me. He's almost a surefire Ring of Famer at this point.
Imagine if they go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, exactly. If he has a ring and he's a part of a championship-winning team, he will be up there. Powers is a good player. Quinn Miners, I think Quinn Miners is the opposite of Bolsey. I think he gets a lot of hype that maybe he's not quite as good as everybody says. I mean, look, how often are we all on, offensiveguard.blogspot really breaking this down? But it does feel like when
Schlereth loves that crap, but it's not really my bag.
Right? But I feel like when somebody's getting stuffed in the backfield after a handoff, or when Bo's having to scramble, it's like, why is Quinn Miners turned around watching it happen? Like, I feel like that's where it's happening more often than not. And then Mike McGlinchey, other than he's McFlinchy once a game, he's solid. So they're very good up front. They really are. My question on the defensive line, with John Franklin Myers being gone, is depth, right? You start looking behind Malcolm Roach, DJ Jones, Zach Allen. It's like, okay, is Uzurike going to take that next step? Savion Jones. Like, they're going to have somebody step up because they don't have a lot of depth. They don't. And I'm a little worried about this front seven in general. I know this isn't about the linebackers, but, it's Justin Sternad is your starter from day one. Alex Singleton's a nice player.
Mm-hmm.
He's a great story, but he's not a great player. He's not. And then but he's the better of the two.
But see, and I actually like Sternad. What he was and then now what he's become, and I still think there's room to grow. Is he an all-pro guy or a pro? I don't care about the Pro Bowl. People make you believe that matters, and it doesn't. But his dude I'm just a special teams guy, and then getting my eyeballs on him in training camp last year and watching him cover tight ends. Now, granted, it was the Broncos tight ends, but he was doing pretty good in that. And then
he blanketed Adam Trautman.
Showed me that, hey, I can be a guy that, because he has some speed and athleticism, I can hang with a tight end or a running back. He still has to be better, but of what they have, and if it were Sternad or Greenlaw, they made the right choice.
I think that's fair, and I think he's a guy that's trending in the right direction. When you draft a player and you're developing him, you want them to take the course he's done.
Yeah.
And there is the potential he's
That's
going
a good
to
point,
be
too.
even better this year. And did he earn the right to get a shot at being the starter? Yeah, he did. He deserves it. But I'm not convinced he's going to be the guy in the middle against the run. I think the things you say and his ability to stick with tight ends, which has been a bugaboo for this team for a long time, especially because they're in the same division as Travis Kelce. It's like, that guy seems to have a monster day every time
and
we
now,
play him.
the Raiders, Brock Bowers.
Yeah, so it's like they gotta have somebody who can do that. That's important, especially in 2026 NFL. It's not the day of having Mike Singletary in the middle. I get it, but you still have to have some guys that can play the run. I'm not sure either of their middle linebackers are great. So therefore, up front, getting back to the trenches, have to be really solid. Where if any of those guys go down, like DJ Jones may be the most underrated player on this team. Like, he just does the stuff that's not going to get a lot of attention. He's in the middle. He's taking up a couple of blockers.
That's what it is.
Like that's the unsung hero type of stuff. But if he goes down, who steps in? And there are going to be injuries in football, especially if you're playing in the trenches. That's why I think that becomes a concern. Like, there just aren't a lot of players behind him that are trending in the direction of like, yeah, that's a future starter. We'll see.
I want to keep this conversation going because I want to talk about that sack number. Like I said, 68 last year, 63 the year before. Are we talking about a 60-sack team, or are we willing to sacrifice, you and I, James, sacks and takeaways? Takeaways for sacks. Let's answer that next.
Looks like the LeBron to Denver buzz has cooled off. Reports now suggest the Nuggets are no longer in the running for LeBron James, putting an end to one of the NBA's biggest off-season storylines. So what's next for Denver in free agency? And where could LeBron land? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, Mr. C, it's me. Well, I just picked up the ring. I actually went to Hellsberg. Thanks for that recommendation. Kate's gonna love that hers is from the same jeweler you got Mrs. C's ring from. They were so helpful throughout the whole process. They even knew your family by name, and the ring looks great. Anyways, I just couldn't wait to let you guys know. Call me back and wish me luck.
Hellsberg, designed with care and craft since 1915. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and if you're a guy over 50 dealing with an enlarged prostate, you need to know about PAE, prostate artery embolization. It's minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're back home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatments with near zero impact on sexual function. Top-tier radiologists, boutique setting, personalized care in Lakewood. Go to coloradoae.com.
The truck driver wasn't paying attention and crashed straight into you. Now you're paying the price. You're looking at surgeries, missed work, and more. Call the truck crash lawyers at Berg Simpson Law Firm. Berg Simpson has been helping truck crash victims for 50 years. And with over $50 million recovered after truck crashes, our results speak for themselves. Call our team today and let us fight for every dollar you deserve.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
There's a difference between the cameras you buy at Home Depot and the cameras Vantage installs. Consumer cameras give you a grainy silhouette. Vantage cameras can read a license plate at the end of your driveway with full color night vision, 24/7 recording, and no monthly subscription fees, so you never miss a thing. Invest in real security for your home. Schedule a free Vantage Threat Zone Analysis report for your property. Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit vssicolorado.com today.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986.
All new drinks are now at McDonald's, with refreshers like the Strawberry Watermelon Refresher and the Mango Pineapple Refresher with popping boba, to crafted sodas like the Sprite Berry Blast with berry flavors and cold foam. Who knew ice-cold drinks could be so fire? 6 all-new drinks are here, now at McDonald's.
Refreshers contain caffeine.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in? Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first-round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice. This is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. That's 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
Taco Bell's $5, $7, and $9 Lux boxes. Limited time at participating stores while supplies last. Prices vary. Freezes and specialty drinks not included. Tax extra.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is HIT. H-I-T. Text HIT to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's HIT to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're going to continue our trench conversation. O-line, D-line for the Denver Broncos. One player I want to ask you about as well, James Marillette sitting in for Cecil Lammy. Always want your text as well on our conversations or your greatest high school accomplishment. That's what we're looking for on the RamosLaw.com text line or over on YouTube, our tribe chat powered by Sean Ponda. Before we dive deep into that conversation, I want to remind everybody that you're listening for keywords every day here on the station. We're giving them out once an hour. We're trying to hook you up with a $250 gas card every week and a possible grand prize of $1,000. When you hear a keyword, text it to this number, 303-713-1043. You have until that hour ends to send the keyword, and you can send as many keywords as your little heart desires until you win that $250 gift card. The more words you enter, the better your chances are. For complete rules, visit the website, DenverSports.com/keyword. DenverSports.com/keyword. All right. ESPN has an article out right now about breakout players for each team, and Uwazurike was who they mentioned for the Broncos.
Okay.
And so you brought up that void that John Franklin Myers had of 7.5 sacks a year ago. So how do they fill that? Is it Uwazurike, the name that's going to get the chance? You'll see the DJ Joneses, and I like what you said about him, unsung hero type of player that not going to show up in the box score, but the reason the box score looks like that is because guys like DJ Jones.
He's the Sylvester Williams of this team.
Yeah,
but
that's
a better version of Sylvester Williams. But somebody had to be the 11th best player on that defense in 2015. It was Sylvester.
Yeah, that's right. We did an exercise of like guys in Ring of Fames, and you get to Sylvester Williams, you're like, You know, it's disrespectful to say no, but I'm going to say no.
Yeah, he's a no. He's a no. I did see him standing on the street smoking a heater in San Francisco
No
Super
way.
Bowl week.
You know what? I kind of like him better for that. So Uwazurike was picked as the breakout player for ESPN. Does that mean 7.5 sacks? I'm real hesitant to say any one of these guys that's going to get a chance to fill the void gets the 7.5 sacks. But can the 3 players that are collectively going to get that chance to fill JFM's role give you 7.5 sacks? I think they probably can.
As a group?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So we're kind of doing the Moneyball thing here of building them in the aggregate. Probably. But I guess I just look at those guys and, like, do we have a moment from last year with any of them where we're like, wow, I know he didn't do it over 17 games, right? But that one game here or that one half here or whatever, like, he just dominated. They just were kind of interchangeable parts. They were just kind of guys, which, you know, you got to have some of those on your roster too. But can they? Yes. Would it shock me if they did? No. It also wouldn't shock me if they didn't.
Yeah.
We don't know if these guys can step up and play at that level. We really don't. And I'm not trying to be negative about it. I just haven't seen anything with my own eyes where I'm like, oh, yeah, if he gets more of an opportunity, he's going to play like he did in that Raiders game.
Okay.
Or that second half in L.A. against the Chargers or whatever. I don't have that example in my head with any of those guys that I can use as the argument to say this is why it will happen.
That's fair. That's fair. It's not enough evidence for you to make a case.
And they didn't get a lot of sample size, right? So they didn't get a lot of chance to go show it. But we've all seen that with other players. Like, you could talk about Marvin Mims, right, and say, hey, I think he could be a great playmaker because look what he did in this situation, situation. He had some flash moments where you can look at that and extrapolate it of, hey, if he got more opportunity, what would he do? Just to use that as an example, I don't have that with any of the backup defensive linemen on this team.
All right, so if sacks won't be the same, a 68 sack season, which was a franchise record.
The other piece of that is Jonathan Cooper. What happens with that?
Good point.
I mean, that's a big part of their pass rush because it's not just the defensive line. Then you also, it's like, all right, Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper, your 2 primary edge rushers. We can all like Jonah Ellis all we want, and I do think he's a good player. He ain't Jonathan Cooper.
And he hasn't,
not yet.
What Jonathan Cooper's, I think, biggest strength is not only can he sack the quarterback, I think he's better than Benito of sealing the edge, of stopping the run.
For sure. He's better in the run game. Nick Benito's a great player, though. I think people throw the word
and you
great.
know, he got better at run stop because
he did.
Remember, it was like week 3, and it's like people keep saying I'm bad at stopping the run. I'm going to be better at stopping the run.
People throw around the word great too often, and there aren't a lot of great players on this roster. It's a very good roster, but Pat Surtain's great. Like, it's a short list of players that are great on this roster. But Nick Bonito is on that list. It might be 2 guys. It might be like that are actually great players. And I think Bo Nix has the chance to be that. And I think Cortland Sutton is a really good player and very consistent. And now I think he's going to have a chance to be what he should be, which is a really good number 2. Like, there's a lot of really good players. But who's great on this team? Nick Bonito's in that conversation.
Yes, he is. All right, so if I asked you sacks or takeaways, they had 68 sacks a year ago, led the NFL. They had 14 takeaways a year ago. It wasn't even good for half, like middle of the pack of takeaways. If they had 10 less sacks, and I can't say like 10 less sacks equals 10 more takeaways, but if you had 10 less sacks, you still lead the NFL in sacks a year ago. Atlanta had 57 in second place. So if you take away 10 sacks, and let's say that turns into, even if it turned into 5 turnovers, 6 turnovers at the most, you're at 20. 20 is that number in the NFL where you're like, okay, you're good at taking the ball away. Anything under, you're below bottom half. And anything above, you're above the top half of what it would be. So if you could tell me, I'll even settle at like 55. If the Broncos are getting 55 sacks and 20 takeaways, they are remaining the best defense in the NFL. It's just a different path to get there.
I think they'd be a better defense.
Really?
Yeah, I think a turnover is so much more important than a sack. And a sack is great, but a sack probably leads to a punt. No matter what down it's on, it puts them in a bad down and distance, they're going to punt. Well, then your offense still has to go a long way to score. A turnover might get you points.
Yeah, true.
At the very least, it sets your offense up with a short field that they could go out there and go 3 and out, and you're still kicking a field goal. Like, turnovers are such a huge part of the game. It's the number one dictator of, hey, who's going to win or who's going to not, or who's going to lose here, right? Is the turnover ratio. So I would take 6 more turnovers and give up a dozen sacks in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
In a heartbeat. I think it would make them a better defense. They'd be more opportunistic, and it helps the offense out. There's only so many points you're going to put on the board, Josh, if you have to go 80 yards for every touchdown. You just don't have that many opportunities to do it. And I think if you get some short fields, and they had that 12-yard touchdown drive after the fumble that was forced and recovered. Like, I think that's so important. I think that's actually a pretty easy answer.
Okay. Takeaways more than sacks. And you're right. At least you're getting the ball back and going the right direction. And guys like McMillan, even PS2 had the big pick sixes, the Raiders a couple years ago.
Yep.
It can turn in. Nick Benito, was it the Colts game when he stepped in that? He can get down the field as well. This is an awesome text from Katie over on the RamosLaw.com text line. When I was in high school, my senior year, I was the 800-meter state champion. And this summer, I'm going back and being inducted into my high school sports Hall of Fame. That is cool from Katie.
That is very cool.
I always, when I see stuff on like high school sports Hall of Fame and I'm around the missus, I'm always like, you know what? I should be in the Northglenn High School Hall of Fame. And she's always like, for what?
That 35-point game I had.
I was on a freshman. I had one good night.
Yeah, I'm not getting anywhere near the Northglenn High School Sports Hall of Fame.
Although the AD and I now are friends on social media, so we'll go back and forth, and they'll keep me in the loop on things that are going on up there. And I was set to go talk to the baseball team once, and something happened that we couldn't make it work.
When's the last time you were back at a Northglenn basketball game?
Oh, it's been a while.
The last time I was at a Northglenn basketball game, I was a Northglenn student.
Really?
1991.
Probably the same for me. So, or a player.
All right. Well, let's make that
we
a
should
priority
go.
this
yeah.
year. Now,
I
did see Northglenn play because they played at Broomfield.
Oh, okay.
A couple of years ago, and it was cool because my son was a freshman at Broomfield, and he got to play in the game because they were killing Northglenn. Northglenn was terrible. And his first ever point as a varsity player came against Northglenn.
Oh, all right.
So that was cool.
Full circle moment.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be fun. You, me, and Doug go catch a game.
We got to make it's a date. We got to do it.
I'm in 100%. All right, 11:45ish. We check our X. What's on our Twitter timeline that we want to share with you guys? That is coming up next.
The NFL is taking notice of the Broncos' rising star. Nick Benito has cracked ESPN's top 10 edge rushers in the league for the first time, earning respect from NFL executives, coaches, and scouts. Is he just getting started? What will it mean for Vance Joseph and the Denver defense in 2026?
Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. Because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep, nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Your air duct cleaning experts.
Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Ductworks. Summertime is all about staying cool and comfortable. But what about the air flowing through your home? You rely on your AC all summer long. Make sure the air that's circulating in your home is clean and fresh. Your air ducts collect dust, debris, and allergens year-round, and summertime airflow keeps it moving throughout your house. It's one of the most overlooked parts of your home, but it impacts the air you breathe every single day. That's why I trust the professionals at Ductworks. They're personable. When you call, you're always going to talk to a live person. They're educated guys, and Ductworks is Colorado's top-rated air duct cleaning company, trusted by thousands of 5-star reviews. Before your AC works through another Colorado summer, make sure the air you're breathing is clean. Call them for a free estimate today. 303-425-0985. That's 303-425-0985, or online at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Trey Gen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, what's happening on our Twitter timelines that we want to share? James, I got a few tweets you can react to with me, or if something popped out on your timeline that you want to share, that's great as well. But first one, I actually just saw it like an hour ago. Yahoo Sports is doing something that I'm going to read it out loud, and you're going to go, wait a minute. It's not been done before? And maybe like you and your buddies have done something like this, but I don't know if it's going to be at the national level that Yahoo's trying to make it at. And they do pretty dang good on their NFL side of it. Yahoo Sports is officially today launching college fantasy football. College fantasy football on a Yahoo platform. I guess that's why it's big, because I'm sure there are fantasy football leagues that have colleges in them, certainly in SEC country when they live and breathe that stuff. But Yahoo officially getting in on it. Why the hell did it take so long?
That's a good question. Now, maybe it's because, there's just so many players. Like, part of what makes NFL fantasy football fun is there's a limited pool of guys, right? Like, if you wait too long to take a quarterback, you're out of luck, right? I'm in a 16-team league.
Oh, wow.
So even having a backup sometimes is hard to come by. College football, there's hundreds of teams to choose from. And then the way the games are played anymore, especially if you're talking Big 12 and some of these leagues, like, what are the scores going to be in this?
Yeah.
Everybody in your league is going to have a super team.
That's what I mean. Do you draft? That's a good question. You draft because the Big 12 is a high-scoring league?
Right. Like, I feel like you need to narrow it down. Like, it needs to be, hey, just the Power 4 conferences.
Yeah.
Or it's just SEC, which is probably not enough. Depends on how many people are in your league.
You could probably do SEC Big 10.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Like, you have to limit it. But, like, you've got some guy from Bama and you lose because the quarterback at Tulsa threw 8 touchdowns and some
playing against
shootout.
right.
I don't know. That just seems silly to me.
I also was thinking about roster management of you can change your entire roster every week,
right?
Because of the amount of players that are on this and bodies that play for each program.
Yeah, you're right. You could just have unlimited pickups, right? Just change everybody. Where again, in NFL fantasy, that's a limited pool.
Yeah.
So there's maybe like one guy every week that everybody's putting a bid in on, or however your system is for pickups that everybody wants. In college, it would just be, all right, I don't like my team. Let's get 12 new guys.
Do it all over again.
I mean, I'm with you. Like, why hasn't somebody thought of this? Like, let's see how this plays.
Maybe
like, would you play it?
I'd probably play it like with my buddies for a small entry fee. Like I wouldn't go one of the leagues I'm in. You go all in, and there's a very big reward at the end. But I wouldn't go all in. I'd want to dip my toe first.
Oh yeah,
see what the logistics.
I would give it a shot. It was kind of like when the first time I was like, I'll try fantasy basketball. And then I tried. I'm like, no, this stinks.
It's not. I love basketball. You have to do so much. It's ridiculous.
And then you never know like what games count for this week and next week. Like NFL and college football too, it'll work because it's like, oh, it's week 5, it's week 6.
Yeah,
it doesn't all blend together.
I'm even bad. I have to set a reminder on my phone of like Thursday. Set your fantasy lineup.
Yeah, put in our picks here at work.
Do the board picks right.
So I don't think it's a terrible idea. I'd try it, but I do think unless you limit what leagues you're including here, what teams are included, I think it does just have the chance to be. It's just a mess.
Kev, you ever done that? College football fantasy?
I've never done it, but I decided to look up the top rankings this year. Top 300 players. I'm not sure a CU player makes the
probably
top
not.
300.
Yeah.
But who do you think would be the number 1 overall pick?
Probably Arch.
No. Arch is 28th.
Wow. I just said that because of like name recognition.
Yeah. And he's the number 1 quarterback in this thing.
Oh, so we're going wide receivers or running backs?
Jeremiah Smith, the wide receiver out of Ohio State.
That makes sense. He's a freaking. They could play in the NFL today if he wanted to.
I've been told from a very, very good source that went to Ohio State that this might be the best receiver they've ever had.
Really? I can't believe James Palmer said that.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry.
What are you doing? Can you let me have one day?
I'm sorry, Kevin.
It just sort
he
of
could play in the NFL today, though, I believe.
I think he could have played when he was 17.
Probably.
It sort of makes the point, though. What did you say Arch was, 28th?
28th.
What are we doing here?
That's pretty low.
Yeah, and he's the first quarterback at it's just
so there are
it's
28 running backs and wide receivers that will score more than Arch. Well, if you watch Texas' offense last year, you might believe that.
Yeah. I just there's things about it that I think would drive me crazy. I feel like this is something about week 5. I'd be like, why am I doing this?
Yeah.
Well,
that's how I felt in basketball.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute, there's still 4 months of this?
Just getting through the season? Like, it's Thanksgiving? I'm over this.
There was a lot going on there.
Possibly you.
All right, I got to show you the picture on this one. It's from somebody's Twitter handle that calls themselves Horse Dentist. Would you eat this? It's a hot dog bun with a banana in it and peanut butter and jelly on the sides. I feel like as I say it out loud, it sounds weird, but when you see the picture, it's appealing. I'm into that.
I'm going to sound like Joey from Friends, but what's not to like? Banana, good. Jelly, good. Peanut butter, good.
That's right.
Bun, it's bread. It's
good.
I think that looks great.
I mean, it's outside of the bread, depending on what you're trying to do with your body, but outside of the bread, it's all pretty good for you.
Not that bad for you. Some
sugar
protein
and
from the peanut
jelly,
butter.
But I would definitely eat it.
Yeah.
In fact, I kind of want to go home and try this.
I think it actually looks really good.
Be a solid, quick lunch. We have to eat lunch real quick. Boys, Kev, you eat this? Bring it for lunch?
I'd put some honey on there, too.
Ooh, that's
not
a
bad
good idea.
The only thing about it is I don't know that it's any more efficient than just putting it on toast. Or it's not making it simpler.
Banana and peanut butter on toast?
Like, I love toast with some peanut butter, slice up the banana, and then I'm with Kev. I put honey on it. Like, how is this? This isn't an improvement. If anything, I'm not sure the ratios are going to be right here. Like, every bite is going to have a lot of banana.
Yeah.
And not the right amount of peanut butter and jelly.
And you're going to tell how lazy I can be sometimes. You do get to skip the toasting process.
Okay, so that does make it a little more efficient. You're right. You're right.
That's how lazy I am sometimes.
Yeah. It just, for whatever reason, it looks a little bland.
Yeah.
Like, it looks a little dry.
But maybe honey. The honey adds that flavor to it.
Maybe.
I think I'm going to try this later today. It's
worth a
I'm
shot.
Into that.
When I saw this on here of like, would you eat this? I'm like, oh my God, what is he going to show me? That's not that bad. Or
No,
I thought it was
okay.
I thought it was one of those things of like, the ballparks that have all these crazy things.
Oh, yeah.
Concessions of like, and most of them I'm like, no, I'm not. I would eat that. Sure, it's
I'd give that a
relatively
shot.
healthy.
Yeah. All right, I got one more for us.
Knicks is special.
All right, you got to see this. It's at the it's in St. Louis because the Archers are behind it. I would love to see this new in-game promotion at Coors Field. So it's a inflatable hot dog.
Yep.
And then an inflatable hot dog bun, and they put them up into the air for the crowd to, like, beach ball at the rock concert.
Yep.
And you ultimately have to get hot dog inflatable into the hot dog inflatable bun, and then when you do it, it's a big celebration of victory. How cool is this?
It's genius. I saw that last night. I'm just sitting there scrolling around, and I stopped and watched the full 30 seconds
Same, yeah.
to see if they were able to pull it off, which is like, of course they do. Nobody would have posted the video if they didn't. But I'm like, this is a great idea. And if I was at a ballpark and I'd seen that 100 times before, I would still watch it. I'd be like, no, I'm not going to go to the bathroom this break because I want to see if they're able to get this done. This is so much better than the tooth race and all the rest of this stuff. I think it's a fantastic idea. It's
it would be
hilarious.
like, especially, we know some folks that work at arenas. If this comes to Coors Field, I'm talking to my game ops people, and I'm going, where are you putting it at? I'm going to be in that section because I want to participate in this contest.
Right. You'd be super excited about it. There needs to be a clock up on the scoreboard.
Oh, yeah.
And how long it takes. And there's the all-time record at Coors Field was 14 seconds.
And then it's just a game every game.
And everybody's trying to beat the record.
Dude, that is awesome.
I think it's great. It's it's just one of those things of like, if you watch that and it doesn't make you smile, I don't know what happened in your day.
Yeah.
But man, you are having a bad one.
And it's a promotional. It was Quick Trip, the gas station. So
Great.
you just put their logos all over it. They pay for it, and you look like the winner.
If you're looking to sponsor something at Coors Field, demand that they do that.
That's what it's all about. All right, good stuff. Checking our X every day at 11:45. Let's get into our lunch hour. We call it quarter number 3. The Nuggets made a minor move on Wednesday. We all should have seen that one coming. We'll share with you what it was in case you missed it, plus a conversation about coaches on the hot seat. That's coming up next.
Coach Prime hit Big 12 Media Day looking healthy, energized, and fully locked in.
Baby, we're coming.
After beating cancer and rebuilding his strength, Deion Sanders made it clear he's ready to lead a revamped Buffs roster featuring new defensive playmakers, a maturing QB room, and a team built to compete, not just talk. Prime says he's strong and he's there to win, but what will actually happen when the Buffs take the field this fall? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
I'm Rob Wilhite, and for nearly 50 years, my firm has been fighting for seriously injured car accident victims in Colorado. Serious accidents demand serious representation. We dig into every detail of your case, and we don't back down until we get you the maximum compensation you deserve. If you or someone you love has been seriously injured in a car accident, call the Wilhite Law Firm today at 303-GOOD-LAW or visit wilhitewins.com. That's 303-GOOD-LAW or visit wilhitewins.com.
Hey, that's not bacon grilling. That's your living room at 2 p.m. If your home heats up every summer, your windows might be the reason. Infinity by Marvin Windows protect your home from UV rays, solar heat, and help lower energy bills all summer long. Colorado homeowners have trusted Gravina's Window Center of Littleton for 50 years. Right now, you can save 25% on Infinity by Marvin Windows. Visit them at windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's powered by Hellsberg. Shop and store are at hellsberg.com.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents.
Two to 6 if you're a late starter. Denver Sports Tonight has you covered. We're live. We're local. We're talking about all the sports you're talking about from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day here on The Fan. Sitting in today for Cecil Lammy's my buddy James Marilat. We're having some fun with what's going on in the Denver sports world right now. One of those stories, James, is what the Nuggets did yesterday. A minor move that everybody probably saw coming. They decided to waive, and what they're going to do is stretch the money of Jonas Valanciunas. They're going to stretch out the remaining money for the next 3 years to help out with their salary cap and the situation they find themselves in. Like I said, this was inevitable. It was going to happen because, well, one, David Adelman didn't use Jonas Valanciunas in the right way. He already has at least one offer that I'm aware of to play over in Europe. And with Shams reporting, there's going to be other guys knocking on his door from the NBA level to see if he wants to stay around. So this isn't a big surprise. I think David Adelman is the one who really butchered this. We talk about needing a backup center, and you want to go back to the final season. Remember, it was Jeff Green, but Jeff Green was like 6'9" on a good day, 6'10", and a little bit too old, although he's still playing in Houston down there.
Jeff Green's best contribution that year was hosting the party in Miami before Game 5.
That's right, because it's his house, right?
Yeah. I mean, and then it's like on the court, he really didn't contribute very much. And then that was always the excuse the next couple of years. Wow, they lost Jeff Green. Like, really? Mm-hmm. That was the big problem? Sorry, I interrupted you, but yeah.
But no, to your point, he scored 8 points a game and grabbed 2.5 rebounds.
Yeah, there you go.
It's not the
and
time.
He probably was the best backup Jokic has had prior to Big Val. Like, I was really excited about that addition. I thought it was a good match of skill sets of like, hey, when Jokic goes off, they can do a lot of the same things. I was surprised it didn't work better than it did. What game was it? it was in the series against Minnesota. Didn't he have one big game where he came in and he was like awful for like the first 3 or 4 minutes, had like 3 turnovers and 3 fouls, but then had like this 6 good minutes where the Nuggets went on like a 12-0 run or something.
Yeah, it was against Minnesota.
And
I don't know which game.
I mean, if it was in the playoffs, it had to be against Minnesota because that's
one
all
of their
they
2
got.
wins, I guess.
But it's like, okay, and then the next game he didn't play hardly at all. I couldn't figure out what they were doing. So this feels like a salary dump. It also feels like with each guy that departs that was part of the Michael Porter Jr. trade, maybe not officially, but it freed up the money to allow them to go sign other guys, and Val was on that, and Tim Hardaway Jr. was on that. To me, it just makes me regret that trade more and more and more with each passing day. I'm disappointed this didn't work out. It should have worked out. And so for me, it's more of a red flag of like, well, why didn't it work out? What was the problem?
I mean, my fingers are all pointed at David Adelman and the style of basketball he wanted to play. And you and I talked about it earlier, which we both agreed. I hate when coaches let other teams or coaches dictate the pace of play, or, hey, this is our identity, so we have to adjust to that. Why don't you show what your identity is and make them adjust to that? I thought that the misuse of Jonas Valanciunas would hurt the Nuggets' ability to come find the next backup big. And then let's not get it twisted here. Marvin Bagley isn't the answer at backup big. It's going to be a cheaper contract. He's not as good as Jonas Valanciunas, but he can run and get up and down the floor, which is what David's going to want his backup big to do. And he can finish at the rim and dunk it, I guess. If I doubt him and Joker would ever be on the court together unless AG body lets him down again, then he could play that short corner spot, dunker spot again. I just look at this as, 1, DA mismanaged this. 2, what kind of message does it send to future free agents? And don't give me, they got Marvin Bagley. We're all going to find out together that Marvin Bagley's not all he's cracked up to be.
Yeah, and the fact that you said, hey, he's cheaper and not as good.
Yeah.
Which I think is accurate.
Yeah.
So as a Nuggets fan, I don't like that. Now, the fact that you say, hey, he might fit better with what they want to do, he can run up and down the floor, okay.
Just
so
the coach's style of play.
You could be cheaper, maybe not as skilled of a player, but a better fit. We'll see.
But I'd also go, and again, if I'm Josh Kroenke, I'm not doing anything to cater to David Adelman because in the back of my mind, I'm firing him in January.
Right, exactly. He doesn't have the resume to warrant that you're making roster moves to fit his style.
Right.
It's like, no, you fit to the talent on this team. Like, what has David Adelman done to even have a style that he wants to do? Like, it's the signature David Adelman way of playing. Like,
right. Yeah.
What are we doing here? It doesn't feel like a move that made the Nuggets better. So I know they have, issues with the apron and all that kind of stuff, and they're trying to move around some money. And if this gives them some flexibility to do some other things, okay, I'll buy it, much like last year. That's what everybody told us with the Michael Porter Jr. trade. And then it did. They signed guys, right? They signed Tim Hardaway Jr., they signed Val, they signed Bruce Brown. There were some moves that were made. You're like, all right, now I feel better about it. Let's see what happens. I'll try to be patient. It's not my strong suit, but I'll try. But just on the surface and on July 8th, I didn't like the move. It felt like a salary dump.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't like the move. I can understand because of the things we just laid out, but I don't like it. Now, what's the latest with Payton Watson? There's a lot of folks out there in the NBA world saying it's just the Clippers in on this conversation. I think it's the Clippers as the favorite, the aggressor, like making phone calls, picking the brain of the front office of the Denver Nuggets. But I also want to keep in mind that Detroit is starting to move some pieces around. And I can't remember the one player they were talking about last night. But there's a guy, if he moves, I'll find it out real quick. Then they're in on going and getting Payton Watson. I would say this for both teams. The Clippers or Pistons add Payton Watson doesn't make them this championship contender. The Pistons were just the number 1 seed and failed out again in the postseason. They're a roster full of young, really talented basketball players. I love Cade Cunningham. I think that dude's a real stud and star in the NBA. But adding you want a veteran presence on a roster like that. Payton Watson's a young kid that, he won a championship, but wasn't even a big role player for that championship team.
Yeah, you want a role player who knows how to win in the postseason. That's what you need to add. Watching the Pistons lose in the playoffs, it's like, man, they could use some veteran presence. They don't have that. So Payton Watson, he's got a huge upside. I think we're all excited about him, but he doesn't fill the need for Detroit. I mean, it's July 9th. Do we feel like maybe the market for Payton Watson wasn't what he expected?
I think so. Well, and Clutch Sports would, they're the one doing all the engaging and back and forth because I'm assuming they're seeing the market dry up in real time.
And now, correct me if I'm wrong. Clutch Sports also the agent for LeBron, right?
Yep.
So I feel like the LeBron situation, I think the Nuggets were just getting used in that.
They're officially out.
Yeah.
He took them off their list last night.
They're out, but I don't think they were ever in.
I agree.
I think it was and if they keep Payton Watson, this is a really attractive team.
I said like a 5% chance.
But it was all just to try and drive up Payton Watson's price to try and put some pressure on the Nuggets to keep Payton Watson for the hope that they'll be able to get LeBron. They were never in the mix. They weren't.
Jake Fisher, who works with Mark Stein, the Stein line, and they're real plugged in on the NBA side of things. He was given an update on where the Clippers are with money and not sure that the Nuggets are willing to pay him this amount.
Universally in Denver, the Nuggets leadership, they all value Payton Watson, I believe, more than Christian Brown. So for Payton Watson's side, you better believe they want more than $25 million. And I don't think Denver really wants to stomach the pill of paying Payton Watson much more than that. So the Clippers are in the mix here. The last I was told on this subject matter was that there was some negotiation between Watson and Los Angeles, as well as Watson and Denver, and there could be a sign and trade path.
All right, the sign and trade stuff, there's a lot of details that go into that. Early on, it was like, they got Rui, and Rui Hachimura could be a part of the sign and trade. That's actually not true because of money things and things that come in it and a bunch of dumb NBA rules. I said this week, James, and I'll ask you how you feel about it. I completely understand why Clutch Sports and Payton Watson would go, if you gave Christian 25, that's where the conversation starts. If I were in that situation, I'd do the same exact thing. But if I'm the Denver Nuggets, I go, and look at how much this could burn us right now. If Christian is that guy over these next years where the contract kicks in, then we're going to get burned. I wouldn't want to take that same risk again. And I would say this, at least for me as a Nuggets fan, I watched Christian earn that contract. Did he live up to it last year? No. It starts this year, so he still has a little bit of benefit of the doubt and time. I watched Payton Watson have, what was our number, Alex? 16 pretty good games? 16 pretty good games.
It was like a good month and a half.
And so we're going to give that guy $25 million a year based off 16 good games?
Christian Brown's a more proven player.
Yeah. I understand what it was in the postseason and last year.
For sure.
But he earned that contract.
He was very disappointing, especially in the postseason. He was banged up. We can make excuses if we want to, but the reality is he was disappointing.
He took the jersey too, so he was out there.
But Payton Watson in those 16 games did look like, oh my gosh, this guy could be a star. But it's 16 games. You're going to pay him off of that? That's the Houston Texans paying Brock Osweiler.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Yeah, good comp.
But by the same token, you can't operate from a position of fear, because let's use another Broncos comp. They didn't draft Josh Allen because they were afraid of making another Paxton Lynch mistake. Right? A guy with a big guy, big arm, a lot of ability, but played in a system in college where there was he was inaccurate maybe a little bit, and who knows how big the playbook was at Wyoming, kind of like at Memphis, and they said, we can't make the same mistake twice, so we'll take Bradley Chubb. Okay, you can't operate from a position of fear. So I get what you're saying. You don't want to make the same mistake twice. That's understandable. But if you think Payton Watson, you see him every single day. If you think the 16 games is what he is, then you have to pay him what the market bears. So his people can say, well, we deserve more than Christian Brown. He's better than Christian Brown. I get that point. But it's all what anybody else is willing to pay you. If nobody else is offering you $25 million a year, why would the Nuggets offer you $25 million a year? That's silly. So I just think this thing is getting to the point where he doesn't have as many suitors as he thought. I don't like hearing sound bites, though, where somebody says, I don't know that Denver's willing to pay that. It's becoming a theme. We just talked about it with Val, and now we got okay, here's another one. It's they just don't want to pay that. I don't like when teams make decisions based on money when they're in a championship window. I get that it's a business. I don't expect teams to operate in the red year after year after year.
Sure.
But when you have a chance to win it, you need to. And then when you're bad, okay, now you can be in the black and refill the coffers. And that just bothers me when this team is making decisions that feel like they're solely based on money.
And I mean, the fact that, what was the number going around this week? $177 million would be the repeater tax fine. Guess what I don't care about? Stan's $177 million.
I'm 100%.
And Jake Shapiro's been all over this. The Cronkies are the richest landowners in the United States of America. I get a $177 million fine is a hefty, hefty number. But they got the dough.
Yeah.
You got the bread.
Yeah, they can pay it. And look, the way they operate their business is actually smart. Everything over there runs in a silo. right? So it doesn't matter, well, the Avs made a ton of money and that can help over here.
No,
like overall for Stan Kroenke's net worth, it matters. But the Nuggets are just the Nuggets.
There's
like
a budget for each.
Yeah, it's like a standalone business. So that fine would certainly make it tougher for them to make a profit this year. But again, it's for a year or two, and you're in Jokic's prime. You have to do it.
And I would say this, if you really believe, like I think you and I believe, and Alex and Kevin and the tribe out there listening believes of who Nikola is, and you put the right roster around him, how many? I'm wearing one right now. I didn't have to pay for this one, though. How many championship shirts you going to sell?
Exactly.
You're probably going to make up that $177 million in playoff and championship merch.
Well, let me ask you this. If they were in this exact same situation and Greg Penner was their owner, do you think they're doing the same things they're doing?
They're paying the tab, and it's not even a story.
Correct.
It's not even a story for us.
And he's certainly not a bad businessman. No. He gets it.
He's like the best of all time.
But it's also like, hey, you got to do things at a certain time. It's a tough pill to swallow, and you make up for it later. Like, it's not, you can't also just look at it as 1 year. Wow, we lost money, or we didn't make as much money as we had hoped to. It's like, I get it, but
Alex just made the good point. What did he do with Russ? He bit the bullet there.
Right.
He paid the tab.
Well, first of all, he did the contract.
Well, yeah, he gave him the money and then bought him out.
But then it wasn't like, well, we made that mistake, so we're going to have to ride this thing out, and we're going to double down and have potentially another mistake by keeping a guy that your head coach doesn't want to coach. Nope, it's like, I don't like this situation, but you buy him out. If an owner doesn't have the money, like I think Dick Monfort gets a bad rap in this town because he really isn't cheap. They don't spend their money wisely, but he isn't cheap. But COVID really hurt the Rockies because they played games in front of an empty stadium. And the vast majority of their revenue comes from ticket sales, selling beer, selling
parking,
parking and all the rest of that stuff. So they were just losing money hand over fist during COVID. It's part of why they had to trade Nolan Arenado. I kind of get it because he's worth a lot of money and he has more cash in his bank account than you and I have.
Yeah.
Right? But he doesn't have the kind of money Stan Kroenke has where it's like, oh, $177 million. He's got that in 50 different places where he could come up with
I'd
that.
be pissed if I got a ticket and had to pay a $300 fine.
Right.
He'd feel the same way I felt filling out a $300 fine.
Right. It's not going to change your life. You're still going to be mad about it.
And my weekend might change.
And you would regret the decisions that put you in that position, right? I probably shouldn't have been running late. I shouldn't have sped.
Yeah.
Whatever. Like, yeah, I'm sure he's unhappy with the GMs that put him in this spot, but you can buy your way out of the mistake. Buy your way out of the mistake.
Yeah.
That's what they need to do.
You know how much good grace that would literally buy him with the fan base?
It seems like a no-brainer to me, and it's very frustrating for me when it's an owner who can afford to do it and chooses not to.
Yeah, and especially with Nikola, it's a slap in the face to us as fans. That's what it is.
The best player in the history of the franchise by a mile. This is a very short window. You don't know if it's ever going to come around again, and to not maximize it in a sports world is criminal.
And see, I would imagine, especially Josh. I've got to talk to Josh a lot about basketball. He actually loves the game of basketball. What are they going to tell themselves, or how much are they going to be kicking themselves in the rear end in 15 years from now? And if it's only one for Nikola, and then you look back and go, we had a dude that did all you can list all of his accomplishments, and we didn't give him the best case scenario because we wanted to save $177 million.
Yeah, exactly. Money that down the road, when you're worth that many billions, you'll never miss.
No.
Right? It's a little bit like your $300 fine.
My weekend would change.
Yeah, that's it. Your weekend. 5 years from now, you won't remember it.
No.
You won't be like, oh, this is what I lost out. Remember, I missed that opportunity because I had to pay that $300.
Right.
You'll never miss it. He won't miss it. Easy for me to spend his $177 million.
I'll do it today.
But it just is. But I think making money over there and being business people is more important than winning.
Yeah.
I think they want to win. They don't need to win. There's a difference. I think Greg Penner needs to win.
I agree.
I think he'd love to make money off the Broncos, and he does. That team is up in value from when they bought it for $4.65
about double the profit
billion, right?
Yeah.
But I think Greg Penner needs to win. I think he lies awake at night, stares at the ceiling, upset about the fact that they didn't go to the Super Bowl last year. Partially because how much money did that cost them?
Yeah.
I mean, that's 2 weeks of a lot of free media.
Yep.
But I think it was more of the fact of who knows how many chances we're going to have to do this. The other part that they're going to look back and regret with Jokic, if they only win one title, they only got close once. Like if they lost in the NBA Finals 3 times, be like, oh, man, at least we were knocking on the door every year. We just couldn't quite get over the hump. Same number of titles, same number of parades, but you'd feel a little better about yourself. Right? Like with Elway, the Broncos only won 2 Super Bowls, but they got to 5.
Yeah.
You maximize his 16 years.
And think about how much that's of his legacy. Like, no, he drug them to 3.
Yeah, they lost in an AFC title game to Buffalo another time. So, like, they were knocking on the door at least half the years he played.
Yeah.
That has not been the case with Nikola.
Man, and you know what else? Of the era that is the NBA right now of, 8 different champions in 8 years, if Stan's Nuggets are the one team in a decade to win 2 championships, that also cements his, not that he's looking for a legacy of an owner, because he's probably already got that with everything he's done and what his hands touch. But you could be the one franchise in a decade-long stretch that won 2 championships. You are the outlier of a decade of what the NBA is.
Yeah, and Jokic in this era winning 2 titles is kind of the equivalent of probably winning 3 or 4 in another era.
Yeah.
Because you can't keep your team together. I mean, there's 8 champions in 8 years.
Mhm.
It's just the day and age of a dynasty is gone. So being the only team in a decade-long stretch that wins 2 and being the only MVP that wins 2, if he wins 2 and SGA only wins 1, and Wemby eventually only wins 1, like, it puts him at in a different level. It's not quite Michael winning 6. It's probably not even Kobe winning 5, but it's like Bird winning 3.
Yeah.
I think it's in the same realm.
By the way, one of our texters, real quick, and again, I don't think you'd lie to me on the text line, but saying that Stan Kroenke's net worth about $27 billion. So if you did $27 billion, what's the percentage of $177 million? It's 0.6 of his net worth.
I'm guessing the number's even smaller than that.
Probably.
Yeah.
But even that, pretty tiny little number.
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
It'd also be, I'm a Northland guy. My math could be a little off.
The 0.6 would be about like me for that $300
Yeah,
fine.
yeah, about my net worth.
The analogy's perfect.
All right. I want to remind everybody about our keyword contest that we got going on right now. You have to listen for keywords. That's it. Listen to the fan, hear a keyword, text it to 303-713-1043, and you're in the running for a weekly $250 gas card plus a possible grand prize of $1,000. Text that word spelled correctly before the hour ends, and you can enter in as many chances as you want. For full rules, hit our website, DenverSports.com/keyword, DenverSports.com/keyword. But it's simple. Listen to the fan, hear a keyword, text it to 303-713-1043, and sit back and wait to be a winner. All right, James, real quick, our final 5 minutes here on this segment.
I did some math if you want to hear
okay,
it.
yeah.
Because it was 0.6%.
Okay.
So if you were worth $1 million.
Yeah. I'm not yet.
It would be the equivalent of paying a $6,500 fine. if you were worth $1 million.
Yeah. And again, yeah, you're going to go, damn, $6,500. I got to lay low this weekend.
But if you're worth $1 million, $6,500, it hurts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh man, okay, that's not good.
Yeah.
But it also isn't. You're not going to miss your mortgage or have to sell your car or anything like that.
I
right?
can promise you, none of the Dovers are worth $1 million. Grandma's AC just went out. It was more than $6,500.
Right.
We figured out a way.
It's like an inconvenience in life.
Yeah.
Right. The AC going out in July, pretty inconvenient.
Yeah.
Kind of got to go fix it. That's what this situation is. It's $6,500 to a millionaire.
I thought it was my fault. Did you hear the story about my air conditioner blew up at my house? Like an explosion on fire. And then I go to Indiana this last weekend to see Grandma. She's dealing with some stuff. And our second day there, her home was 94 degrees. The inside was 94 degrees.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty unbearable.
And she's like, it's fine, guys. I grew up without it. And we're like, it's not fine, Grandma.
No.
This could be real bad.
I mean, older people do like it warm in the house, but 94 is a little toasty.
That was a little much.
Wow.
So like I said, I don't have the money to replace the full AC, but those of us together do.
Yeah. 94, you would think. I mean, what was the outside temperature?
110.
Oh.
It was brutal
Yeah,
in
that's pretty
Indiana this last weekend. Yeah. Luckily, Uncle Troy has a pool at the house. So.
Yeah, no, at least it's humid, though.
Yeah, exactly. But then again, the pool, there's 20 kids in there. So I'm like, you want to swim in that urine? Or
yeah, I think I'll just go inside and sweat.
I'll go inside. That's exactly right. All right, real quick on a conversation. I'm only going to give us Dion, Bednar, and Adelman as your options. Are any of those 3 coaching at this time next year in Colorado?
Dion is.
Really?
He has to be. Unless he...
It's like by default?
Yeah, unless he resigns and says, hey, my health issues are just too much, or, you know what, this isn't any fun. I don't like taking all this criticism. I don't like losing. I've got more money than I could ever need. I'm going to walk away.
That seems more realistic than them firing him.
I don't think they can fire him.
Because Dion's Dion, right? He's big man on campus.
Yeah.
How long you want to be laughing stock of coaches?
Exactly. So this kind of ties into the conversation we were just having about the Kroenkes. Like, if I'm, as a CU fan, right, as a graduate of the University of Colorado, It upsets me that they don't have the money to just buy him out if they have another 3-9 season. But I also understand they don't.
Mm-hmm.
They can't just continually write checks for things they don't have with money they don't have. Like, that's not very realistic. So I think he for sure will be coaching here. I think Adelman will still be coaching here. I don't think Bednar will be coaching here. I think unless they win the Cup, which there's a good chance they will. They're still going to be one of the best teams in the NHL. But I've also seen in 8 of the last 9 years where they were one of the best teams, if not the best team in the NHL, them come up short. So based on that history, that track record, my expectation for next year in the postseason is they're going to come up short. That's what I've seen 80% of the time, 88% of the time. So if that happens again, he's on the last year of his deal. I can't imagine if they lose in the second round next year, they're going to give him a new contract. So I think he's the least likely to be here next year. I think by default, and based on the situation, I think Dion is the most likely, but they're probably in inverse order of having a good season. Bednar has the best chance of having a parade. Pretty big gap then down to Adelman.
Yeah.
And I don't know how far I can't even see where Dion is in that regard. So the guy with the least chance of having a successful season has the best chance of being here next year.
How the hell does that add up? But I can't argue with you because I think you're right on that. I would go, I'm telling you, I think if this thing doesn't go right and this offseason's not right for the Nuggets, David might not make it through the season. Might not even get to All-Star break.
Well, but then it would beg the question, what do they do instead?
But that's why they're trying to get one of those veteran coaches, Dave Yeager.
Oh, have a guy on the bench.
And then he's just your plug and play. And you're probably telling that guy, that's a part of the appeal of like, wait, you want me to come hold David's hand? And then you tell him, well, yeah, but then you get his job when we fire him.
Talk about, which you're probably right, but talk about an awkward situation.
I know, it's weird.
I mean, how good are you going to do your job as an assistant coach if you know if the head coach gets fired, you get that gig?
You could sabotage the hell out of that.
Right. Like that is such a terrible situation.
All right, we'll keep the CU conversation going. Dion told the media he has a roster full of players who are in Boulder for the right reasons. Well, what does that mean? And what does it mean about the seasons before and the guys on that roster? We'll hear from Prime and answer that question next.
The conversation around the Nuggets' restricted free agent is heating up. But is there a real question that needs to be asked before a deal is signed?
I need more proof from Payton Watson. Honestly, I'm terrified to give this guy a $100 million contract. Terrified for the Denver Nuggets and me as a fan to watch him do what Christian has done. With Payton Watson, I go, all right, so what do I have, a 40-game sample size and I'm supposed to give you $100 million? Yeah, I'm worried about that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, fellas? Josh Dover here. I want to talk to you about something that changed my life a couple of years ago, and now there are new programs that could change yours and certainly help me. I'm talking about what my team over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic provides, especially for fellas that are getting into their 40s. I'm now well into my 40s, but our testosterone level, it gets low. Our body stops producing it at the same rate. And I talk about it all the time, being a modern-day male. You want to look like your father? You want to have that same body as your father? You probably don't, right? No disrespect, but we know what it is. Take care of your body the right way. Your T levels have so much to do with your energy, how much you're going to be active at the gym, or my little home workouts that I do that just keep me feeling right. Plus, they have new body composition programs. We're talking about what they can do for you, how they can transform, how they can elevate and ascend what your body is actually doing. It's all available to check out on their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You want to give somebody a call and just talk to somebody on the phone right now to get your answers, 720-440-7900. But if it's energy you're lacking or just a different look on your body, they can take care of you over at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975 in Boulder, has a championship-level lineup ready for you to test drive and take home today. They currently have specials on both the BMW X3 and X5 models. The BMW X3 model is a luxury compact SUV that offers balanced handling and a powertrain variety. The BMW X5 model is a high-performance powerhouse luxury model that offers you a thrilling driving experience. They also have a great pre-owned BMW lineup as well. Schedule your test drive today. Go to GebhardtBMW.com.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Robbie Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
Colorado's 150th birthday. What do you even get the state that has everything? Wildflowers, sunshine, 4 seasons in a single day? Seems like that's covered. How about the new 150th birthday scratch game from the Colorado Lottery? It's loaded with $150 prizes for you and helps give back to Colorado's great outdoors. Happy birthday, old buddy. Don't remember you celebrating my birthday, but I guess you're the big shot here. New 150th birthday scratch. Must be 18 to play.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is dribble, D-R-I-B-B-L-E. Text dribble to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's dribble to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, Deion Sanders, talking at Big 12 Media Day, said something that I thought was interesting about the guys on his roster. And I know Deion, I had a couple people tweet me yesterday like, what did you expect Deion to say? Because I just wasn't really impressed with the stuff coming out of his mouth on Media Day earlier this week. But he also said something that made the gears start to turn a little bit of like, all right, well, what kind of players did you previously have? And every time he says something's changed, I just have a hard time believing it. Because like you said, we don't get any eyeballs on this until it's real deal, lights are on, and they're playing football. But he talked about the group that he has now and them being here for a different reason.
Player-wise, to sit down in front of a computer with staff and pick out every darn player, not just because of their ability, then you bring them in and you interview them and you see that intangible. Do they have that that thing that you need at that position? Do they have that quality that connects players together? And to handpick all those young men, as well as on the recruiting trail at this point right now, I love it. And it's us. It's who we are, what we desire. It's not just grabbing a guy who's a 4-star or a 5-star, which we don't have any of those anyway, 5 stars, but it's the guys that fit and the guys that have that mentality that they want to play the game. They're not just here for a bag. They're just not here for the lights and the cameras. They're here because they love the game.
Yeah.
Those are the type of guys we have on the roster right now.
All right, so a part of me goes, all right, good. You're kind of learning as you coach, and you have to have certain players, kind of we talked about earlier, like, oh, you're fitting people for your style of play, which is something that you should be doing. The fact that he says I don't have any 5 stars, like, you're Deion Sanders. You shouldn't brag about that.
Yeah.
You should be getting those at a pretty...
So he doesn't have any Louis.
Yeah, right. Well, then that's the other thing. They're not here for the bags. Well, hold up now. Just 3 years ago, you talked about how you're bringing all of that, and that was the appeal to you, wasn't it? Look good, feel good, play good, get paid. I learned that from Deion Sanders.
Yeah.
And now that's not what it is. I'm not saying it's wrong. I actually like it this way better. But is he saying all this just for the sake of saying it? Or does he actually believe what he was just saying? Because are you selling me? Are you selling yourself? Are you selling the program? Because I think that's the right answer. I just don't know if he's being truthful in the response.
I think it's probably a little bit of both. I think he probably does look at it and say, hey, these guys are wired a little different. You know, these are the kind of guys that would play for free in the parking lot. Okay, that's what you want.
Yeah.
I think he's also kind of hoping that's the case because, hey, we're not going to win on just talent alone. We don't have any 5 stars.
Yeah.
We got to win games based on we got guys who just want to outwork you and just love football. And, you know, we've all seen those kind of players who just go out there and get way more out of their God-given ability than they ever should. And we've also seen the players, and this is typically in the NFL, but now you're seeing it more in college because of the NIL stuff, where it's plain as day that they're just in it for the money. They're just in it for the paycheck. If their paycheck didn't hit their account on Tuesday, they wouldn't show up at the facility on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So ideally, you want guys who want both. Because I understand the wanting to get paid and wanting the bag, sure. But I also love the guy who has we'll play in the parking lot for free. Can you have both of those? If you made me pick one, give me a bunch of guys who will play in the parking lot.
Agreed, yeah.
Versus a bunch of guys who are just there for the money, just there to be on national TV. Me, guys. It doesn't work in the ultimate team sport. It just doesn't. About the only sport that can work in is baseball. Because, yeah, you play as a team, but it's basically an individual sport.
You have to have an individual accomplishment to help your team.
Yeah, you're at home plate by yourself. You're on the pitcher's mound by yourself. In football, you got too many me guys. You got a problem. What was Russ's biggest problem?
It was all about him.
It was all about Russ.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he would get up and list every teammate's name, but he didn't.
But why was he doing that?
Right.
To make himself look like a good teammate.
Right. When he's a bad teammate.
Yeah.
Or not an ideal teammate. A bad teammate's probably not fair.
I don't think he's a bad teammate. You just probably want someone a little less self-centered.
Correct. He just made it too much about himself. So I think what Deion is saying is probably true. I do think he's trying to talk himself into it a little bit and kind of hoping it's true because that's their only chance that they're going to be way better than people think. Right? Like, do I think they can, if people think they're going to go 3-9, do I think they can go 6-6? I do. But way better than people think is going 9-3. The only way that's going to happen is if somehow this mix of guys that he has, 2 + 2 = 5. It needs to be, the sum needs to be greater than the individual parts. And if you look back, I pulled up their schedule from a year ago. If you look back, again, I'm not a moral victory guy, but not all 3-9 seasons are made the same.
I agree.
You know, they had some bad years, like the Embry year where they went 1-11. It's like they were an awful 1-11 team because they would lose like 65-7 every week. That's different than if you lose a bunch of games 42-35 in overtime. Still the same record, but how close are you to getting there? The Buffs are such a mixed bag from last year, right? Like they lose to 22nd ranked Georgia Tech in the opener by a touchdown. 16 to Houston's not a great showing, but they lose by 3 to 12th ranked BYU. They lose to they beat Iowa State. They lose to K-State by 10. Like most of the games, they were in it. But here's the 3 that concern me: 15th ranked Utah, 53-7.
Oof.
17th ranked Arizona at home, 52-17, and then Arizona State at home, 42-17. That's 3 blowouts.
Beatdowns. They're
Just
embarrassed.
and twice on your home field And two of them were top 10 teams, but they were 15 and 17. It's not like you had a top 5 program rolling in, and what are you going to do?
And even if you lose, like you lose by a touchdown or two.
Right, hang in there.
Yeah.
So they had enough talent early in the year to hang with good teams. Late in the year, that strikes me as players quit, coaches quit. Somebody just gave up. Because if you have enough talent to hang with top 20 programs early in the season, and at least lose respectfully, and then you're getting blown out by 46 points later in the year.
Yeah, that's a want-to thing.
And it wasn't, we were devastated by injuries. It was, we just don't care.
And that's having the wrong guys, of them seeing the writing on the wall of like, this team's nothing. This team's going nowhere. Why am I going to give my all? Which is the wrong mindset in itself, but you can understand why a group of guys might come to that conclusion.
But doesn't that maybe tie into what Deion's point he's trying to make here is once the season was lost, because that was, let's see, that was like the 7th game of the year, 8th game of the year, 53-7. 9th game of the year, 52-17. 11th game of the year, 42-17. The season was lost. They weren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
They weren't going to be on national TV. They weren't going to be getting the accolades. If you're just there for the money and the lights, and the games don't mean anything anymore, and you're not playing for pride, and you're not the guy that will go out and play in the parking lot for free, you end up with those kind of scores.
This might be coming back to our theme of the day of best high school accomplishment, and maybe why I was told this, because we were losing quite a bit over there at Northglenn. But our coach always used to say, if you play the scoreboard and not the game, I'm going to take you out of the game. So if you're playing based on what the score is, half-assing it because you're losing or maybe even winning big, you're cheating the game, you're going to be taken out. He always used to say, Coach Garcia, like, if you play the scoreboard and not the game, I'm going to take you out of the game. And so I always looked at it as, well, I love the game. I love winning too. But I love the playing of the game, and I didn't want to cheat it at that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try as hard as I can when I'm on the floor, because I wasn't on the floor a lot either. So I wanted to give it my all when I got the opportunity.
And that's the right way to coach it, and that's the kind of guys you got to have. It's why one of my favorite Nick Saban highlights, and he was on the other side of it, hey, if we're winning big, and I don't remember the exact situation, but they're like up 62-10, and some guy is, going half speed on a kick coverage. And he's out on the field just chewing this guy out. You're up 62-10 with like 2 minutes left. It's like, it doesn't matter that you're up 52. There's a right way to do things and a wrong way to do things. Clearly, CU had too many guys last year that I think Deion's right. They were there for the money, and they were there for the spotlight. And once that dried up, the spotlight dried up, you're getting your money anyway. They quit. They're a team looking back on this of how they started. Record wasn't great, but again, they were in games against top 20 teams. And then they just quit and they fell apart. They need guys that are not wired that way. So I hope he's right.
I still think there's a major question that I just want to flip it on Deion. Coach, are you here for the right reasons? You here for $10 million, or you want to win the Big 12, which is laughable right now, but is that what he wants to talk about, or are you just here to collect that paycheck?
That's a really good question, because I think it's fair. I think that you could say he's there for the $10 million, and I think he's there for the lights and the microphones.
Which is what he said he doesn't want.
Exactly. So that's a little Sean Payton-ish, though, right? When we had Mike Liss
do as
earlier,
I say, not as I do. Yeah.
That's what Sean Payton says. Of like, hey, he comes in here and he's basically talking about Russ. Like,
right.
We're not going to be out there in social media doing all this stuff. And then he's talking to the USA Today after a couple too many lattes. So I think Deion, I think that's a very fair question. Why is he doing this?
Yeah.
Because he really loves coaching. He really likes to see young men turn into better men.
Yeah.
I do think that's part of it.
I agree.
I believe Deion when he says that stuff. Is he just wired like he's got to win? You're not as great a player as Deion Sanders was, and I know he's a lot of flash, but if you're not super competitive, and Deion's teams by and large always won, he bounced around a lot, but they always won. So I do think that's part of it. But it's not an unfair question of like, that's why you want guys to be here to play. What's your motivation, Coach?
You need to show the same thing.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
All right, well, let's get into our conversation about the Rockies. I didn't get to ask you this question earlier, what Jake Shapiro said yesterday sitting in your seat, so I want to do that. Would you trade Hunter Goodman right now? Let's answer that next.
The wait is almost over, Broncos country.
And I like football!
Training camp is right around the corner, and all eyes are on Bo Nix as Denver looks to take the next step in year 3 under Sean Payton. Can the Broncos build on last season's momentum? Who will emerge in key position battles? And are the Broncos ready to become a true contender in the AFC? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, guys? Philip Lindsay here, and I know there's at least 50 of you listening to me right now who are thinking about popping that question. And if you're ready for all that, you know you need a diamond. So let me save you time and money by telling you something as simple as this. Whether you're starting your next chapter with your perfect diamond engagement ring, or celebrating a new milestone, or finally just doing something special for yourself for once, this is where it's going to begin. Imagine the finest jewelry legends all in one store together, making you feel just like family, and their service is going to reflect that. So come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver. They have every size, shape, and price range you can imagine, and the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever set eyes on. And not only are they going to share the secrets of the business with you, they're going to give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why wouldn't you want to create moments and memories for yourself and the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers. Located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue, and also in Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Philip Nizzi, when you step through one of those doors.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use, now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Hey, it's Mike Evans with all these Bluebird days in Colorado. Enjoy the view through energy-efficient windows from Bluebird Windows and Doors. Through July, it's their Buy More, Save More event. Save up to 20% on your window and door projects. And when you mention you heard it from me, you'll save an extra 5%. Bluebird's family-owned, serving the Front Range for over a decade with windows, doors, and siding built for Colorado's harsh climate. Financing is available. Visit gobluebirdco.com. Bluebird Windows and Doors. Make today a Bluebird day.
Don't worry, Dan. I have full coverage. Did you know that full coverage probably doesn't mean what most people thinks it means? Full coverage is generally just for your car. And if you don't have other coverages to protect you in the case you get hit by somebody else, well, then you're just straight up gambling that the bad driver that hit you has good insurance, and you don't want to do that. 15% of the drivers out there don't have any insurance at all. Others only have the minimum, when for pennies on the dollar, you can have the coverage that protects you in case somebody else smacks into you. Medical payments coverage. I saw a lady come into the office the other day, $25,000 in med pay coverage. Absolutely what you want. It was only $31 for the entire 6 months of the policy. It was another $100 or so for the UIM coverage she needed. She had over $100,000 in coverage there. You definitely want to have that. You protect other drivers if you hit them. You also need to protect yourself in case they hit you. Any questions at all, just call us 303-LAW-4040. Jacob's Law, 303-LAW-4040.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, talking some Rockies with James Marilat, sitting in for Cecil Lammy today. Still want your guys' text messages on the RamosLaw.com text line about high school accomplishments. You can do the same over on YouTube. I'm trying to catch up with you all over there on YouTube as well. YouTube.com/DenverSports. Click the Dover and Cecil stream. You got one extra click in you? Hit subscribe for us. That goes a long way. We appreciate those that can do it. We're talking a little bit about the Rockies. What we were just doing a little bit of an exercise during the break was, Alex, you've been all over this, kind of keeping us what the win pace is and where it was from a year ago. They're flirting with 40 wins, and we all just went, well, I wonder when they got 40 wins a year ago. And, James, you found that answer for us.
Yeah, Friday, September 5th. They beat the Padres to move to 40-101.
Oh, my gosh.
They lost 100 games before they won 40.
Wow.
Yeah, so,
Wow.
I mean, clearly, obviously, they're well ahead of that pace. They then stayed at 40 for a week. And then by the end of the season, which came 23 days after their 40th win, they were only at 43. Like, we forget how bad they were.
So they're 5 wins away today, what their win total from a year ago.
Yeah, if they win 6 more games the rest of the year, it's July 9th.
They're going to win 6 more games this month.
Maybe.
They've won double digits 3 times this season.
By the end of July, they very well could have more wins than they had all last season. That is a huge step in the right direction.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That actually helps the conversation I want to have with you. So, Jake Shapiro, sitting in that seat yesterday. Jake's my guy. I love what Jake brings to the table. But he said something that I thought was just crazy, and I couldn't get with it. He said that he would trade Hunter Goodman today, right now, for the Colorado Rockies. Hunter Goodman was dealing with an injury. He actually came as a pinch hitter last night and didn't do anything. He's part of that 8th inning problem. But he did say he's interested in the home run derby. He has the 25-plus home runs. I don't know the number off the top of my head. Before the All-Star break, the most by any Rockies catcher in that timeline. Hunter Goodman is also, 26 years old. It's a guy that I would not trade. Jake's argument, I can understand. I just don't agree with. His argument is you trade as many of these guys as you can because none of them will be this good when they're good and competing for the playoffs. If it were just one guy and he was 30, I'd go, yeah, you're absolutely right. Because as much as I'm in on the Rockies this year, it's still a 2030 timeline of being competitive in the postseason. But even if you got to 2030, Hunter Goodman's 30 at the time. And then I just wrote down all the names. Goodman, Tovar, Karros, Rumfeld, Carrig. You can kind of have discussions about each of these guys. Charlie Condon's coming. Zach Veen's coming. Ethan Holiday at some point will be there. I didn't even write Holiday's name down because it's a ways away for Ethan. But that gives us 8 guys. And then you can talk about the Dolanders that you brought up earlier. I thought Gabriel Hughes was very impressive last night in his first Major League Baseball start, and I'm looking forward to him getting more. I understand they need more pitching, but if I'm rattling off 8 position players that you can trust on a day in and day out basis, why the hell would you move any of these people right now?
I'm with you. Now, look, I tend to be in the camp of I'll trade anybody. Nobody's untouchable. I've been saying it for a year. I would trade Nikola Jokic. It depends on what the offer is.
See, and I think that's crazy.
Okay, and this is a hypothetical, but it's just to make the point. A year ago, if San Antonio would have called and said, hey, we'll send you Wemby for Jokic, you would make that trade. So if the offer was right.
You got me on that one.
If the offer was right, you would trade him. They're never going to get an offer that would make it right. So would I trade Goodman? Probably not. But if I get some offer, some proposals, like, well, they're morons for giving us this.
If it's I'm trying to use a club that's true. I guess one of an Atlanta Braves team that wants Hunter Goodman, the Chicago Cubs team that wants Hunter Goodman, and are going to give you their 4th and 5th best pitching prospects.
Maybe. I don't know, but I'm not enamored with prospects. I tend to have the LA Rams sentiment when it comes to draft picks.
Yeah.
Because I was on the air when the Broncos traded Jay Cutler, and all I heard about was, they're getting Kyle Orton, but they're getting 2 first-round picks.
Yeah.
Oh, great. One of them turned into Robert Ayers, and the other one they traded and drafted Alfonso Smith.
Robert Ayers.
So it's like
big buzz there.
I mean, but everybody loves draft picks. Everybody loves prospects. It depends on, if it was back in the day and it was Paul Skeens, sure. But the 4th and 5th best pitching prospect in Atlanta's program, okay, does that really get you excited? The other thing is, at some point, you do have a responsibility to your fans to put a viable product on the field. They at least have a viable product now.
That was one of my arguments of perception. It matters right now for who the Rockies are. This would be sending the wrong message to the fans that are riding with them through thick and thin.
Yeah, and so now you finally start to look like, hey, we at least look like a semi-competent baseball team. You're going to trade away some players that are starting to get recognizable that fans like for guys who maybe will play in Albuquerque. How's that treating your fans?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a Rockies fan. If I want to go buy a jersey today, who am I buying?
That's a great question.
I mean, Goodman is probably the best option.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you just, hey, Kyle Freeland, I love the hometown story, but like that'd be give me their $70, I'll light it on fire
exactly
for you.
right, yeah.
Like at some point, you do have to worry about taking care of your fans, about marketing, about we got to get people in here. And I know people go watch the Rockies no matter what because half the fans are there for the opposing team, and it's the best bar in Denver, and it's a beautiful place to watch a game. But the product has to matter at some point. And this whole idea of like, none of these guys are going to be here when they're good. I understand that philosophy. But if you trade it for prospects, then you're going to stink for a while. Then those prospects will come up, and by the time they get kind of competent, then they're going to be 26, and then you have the same conversation. Like this just goes on and on and on and on, and you're constantly chasing the future, and you never do anything with the present. So, again, if they get some offer you can't refuse, yes, you have to take it. You have to do the responsible thing as the front office and make that move. But unless it's something that's crazy good, no, I'm passing. I want to see where this goes.
I did tell Jake, like, his explanation made sense. I just wouldn't go down that path right now. I get it. They're far away, and you might be able to get some significant return for what you have right now. But I think the Rockies they need to be in the business of winning some public battles. This would be a loss in the public battle that they continue to fight because of Monfort is still in charge down there.
Yeah.
And they made the bed, so they have to lie in it. But anything they can do to, like a healthy PR move for the Rockies is like an A-plus moment for the Colorado Rockies because they don't have a lot of those.
I mean, typically when you're trading away, and to call them name players is probably an overstatement, but it's, hey, we're not a very good baseball team. It would be the equivalent of at some point the Angels are like, you know what, we're going to send Mike Trout somewhere else, and we're going to get a haul for him because he's getting up in age, but he's got great name recognition. There's some team out there that think he's the bat that's going to put him over the hump, and we're in rebuild mode. But what you're going to get for these guys, because none of them are Mike Trout as an example, it's like, okay, so you can get the fifth best pitcher in the Cubs organization, fifth best prospect. I just don't buy it. Like, what is that guy going to turn into? You're trading away players for guys that, if you're fortunate, will someday be as good as the guys you're trading away. That doesn't make any sense to me.
And like I said, we finally got a nice thing. I'd like to hold on to the nice thing for a little bit. It's at my house for the first time in 20 years.
Right. I just, again, I don't think it makes sense. There's finally some guys on this roster that you can be excited about, that are fun to go watch, that if you do have $75 burning a hole in your pocket, you might consider buying a jersey. Because if you go down to a Rockies game now, every jersey you see is a guy who played there 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago.
Or the star on the other team, because that's in the team shot
more
too.
often than not.
Yeah.
So I do think you can't make decisions all the time as an organization that way based on fan perception. But this is a team that has been so bad, really, since the Nolan trade. That's when it all started going downhill. And since Charlie walked away, there's like nobody on this roster anybody knows. You can't just give guys away for, maybe he'll be up here in 5 years. Okay, that's fun to sell to the fans.
Let me give one quick check on our high school accomplishments on the text line. Matt's checking in. My best accomplishment in high school. I was leading all classification in scoring, and I made first team All-State and played in the All-State basketball game my senior year. So he was the best scorer in the state and got recognized as an all-star. That's pretty damn sweet there.
That's pretty hard to top. That's
pretty
well
nice,
done.
Matt.
Well
that
done.
is nice. Are you over 40 and interested in playing in a Broomfield basketball league? Because we need all the help we can get. 40 and over, I was like, we're going to dominate in there. Not so much.
That's about the age I retired.
I'm probably not too far behind
I was like,
you.
I can't get out of bed the next morning.
Yeah.
I'm tearing things. I'm breaking things. Like, I played up until about that age.
You know what it is for me is this is basically why I stopped skateboarding. I'm like, if I get hurt and I can't play golf, I'm going to be upset. I want to play golf more than I want to play anything. And if I get injured doing something else and I can't golf, I'm real mad about it.
Well, and I'm a terrible golfer, but the biggest problem or most frustrating thing right now with my wrist that I have to get operated on tomorrow is I can't golf. It's summertime. Everybody's going out.
I bet it hurts like hell.
I can't swing a golf club. I can't shoot a basketball. I can't throw a football because there's the snap of the wrist, all of those things. And so, like, my kids will go out and play and like, hey, Dad, you want to join us? I'm like, guys, how many times did I tell you I can't go? Like, it makes me feel like that guy. So, yeah, I'm with you. Like, anything that'll take away the stuff that, hey, at our age, That's where you get the recreational sports enjoyment.
Yeah.
It's not worth the risk.
Got to save all of the energy I can. All right, hour 3 done, quarter 4 coming at you. We're going to have a little conversation with our buddy Mike Kliss. We chatted with him earlier. Want to reset some of the things he had to tell us about where Sean was. And that 4th and 11 play that we all learned about where Sean wanted to call the fake punt, the call that was made is absolutely ridiculous. And we got to dive into that next.
The Colorado Rockies just landed 10 players on ESPN's top 100 trade candidates, tied for the most in baseball. And suddenly the deadline might run straight through Denver. From Mickey Moniak's hot bat to Antonio Senzatella's breakout as a shutdown reliever, contenders are circling, and the new DePodesta-led front office faces its first real test. Will the Rockies cash in their chips and accelerate the rebuild, or play it safe? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Let the big dog eat. What's up, guys? Zach here, and I am all in on golf these days. Always looking for tee times, booking lessons, and saying yes to rounds with friends. And that's why Aurora has become my go-to for playing and practicing. Yes, we're talking about practice. From beginners just starting out to competitive players, Aurora Golf has a course you'll love. All 5 courses are in beautiful shape, the staff are super friendly, and the value, man, it's tough to beat. Book your next round tonight at golfaurora.com and give their Instagram a follow at golfaurora.co.
There's nothing between a motorcyclist and the road, and when a careless driver causes a motorcycle crash, the results can be catastrophic. I'm Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm, and for nearly 50 years, my firm has been standing up for seriously injured riders across Colorado. We know these cases, we know how to win them, and we won't rest until we get you the maximum compensation you deserve. If you've been injured in a motorcycle accident, call us today, the Wilhite Law Firm, 303-GOOD-LAW or WilhiteWins.com.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Most home sellers get one offer. It's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers. You review them all and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Summer is here, and if you're planning a home project this year, windows, siding, or decking, now is the time to sign before the snow flies. Don't wait. Get the project you've always wanted and lock in a low-interest loan as low as 6.99% for 15 years. You deserve to enjoy your home, and 5280 Exteriors makes it easy with financing built for real Colorado homeowners. Call today or visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate.
There are so many out-of-state roofing companies and roofing companies claiming to be locally owned, yet owned by out-of-state private equity firms.
Denver Roof Pros is the real deal. We are truly locally owned and operate right out of Denver.
We've been serving the Front Range and the Eastern Plains from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs for 10 years.
Choose local. Choose DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Vantage Security Systems. Invest in real security for your home or business.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
That's when the drive gets in here, and they get you home from 2 to 6. We still want to hear from you guys, your biggest high school accomplishments. Want to hear what they were at 303-713-1043. That is the RamosLaw.com text line. Your best chance to get your text read, add your name on the end of your text. It's that simple. Let us give you the shout out. Like Ryan, who texts us saying he led the state in ERA and strikeouts. Best game, a perfect game where I struck out 20 and 21st out was a bunt back to me. So you get 20 strikeouts, net guy's trying to bunt to get one over on you. It comes right back to you, fire it to first. Perfect game right there.
Struck out 20?
That's impressive, dude. Ryan, did you play any college ball? I mean, imagine people were.
He had a Roger Clemens game in high school, struck out 20?
Right. Had to be the man the next day in
what was
school.
He throwing 105?
How many surgeries have you had, Ryan?
Oh, my goodness.
That's kind of where my brain goes.
That's impressive.
20. I've never struck out 20 people in my life.
I'm not playing wiffle ball.
No. Baseball was like, I like to consider myself somewhat athletic. If you got me on a baseball, ask Will Peterson. I played in a media league once with Will Peterson, and God, did I embarrass I dove for 3 balls in 1 inning that all went by me and turned into inside the park home runs, all in 1 inning.
What position were you playing?
I was playing center field. Because I was like, I'm fast.
Okay.
I can run a little bit.
That's why they went past you in turn. Okay, I thought maybe we were playing third. And
no, that would suck.
You were trying to Nolan Arenado it. It goes by you, and the left fielder's not paying attention.
I stopped going after that. I was like, I'm not showing up anymore, guys.
Yeah, baseball. I enjoyed playing baseball, but when my kids all decided, I think I'm done. I was like, thank God.
Yeah, plus the tournaments that are all day long,
all weekend
it's
long.
Hot as hell.
Oh.
Yeah, those are long ones. But keep hitting us up. We want to hear what your guys' biggest accomplishment was. And again, you guys are really making us look like fools. Jake was the basketball team captain, volleyball team captain, a soccer team captain, and the student council president.
Yeah. This has really been a fun topic here. Let's depress Josh and James.
Yeah. Here's what you guys didn't do in high school.
I almost won the Knowledge Bowl. That was fun.
All right, that's pretty sweet.
And it was me and our buddy Doug Ottawell and
yeah.
a couple other friends, and we just rolled in. We're going up against the kids who've been studying. And we lost in the final. It was close.
I had the big basketball game as a freshman. And I guess my second biggest accomplishment is I only got suspended once my senior year, and it was 3 times a year every year before that. So I cut it down.
You were improving.
I got it down, yeah.
Trending in the right direction.
It was to the point where Pignetti was not only my basketball coach, but the principal, knew my Tracy, it's my dad's name. Tracy, Josh is down in the office. You're going to have to pick him up. He's out for 3 days. I'm like, damn it, don't call my dad by his first name.
Were you fighting?
A couple of fights and a couple of things I shouldn't have had on me.
Okay.
Hey,
if they knew you, they knew your parents.
yeah.
You weren't anonymous.
You live and you learn, you know. Pignetti was actually my middle school basketball coach and then followed us all to high school and coached. So he was my basketball coach for 6 consecutive seasons.
That's very cool. That's great.
I didn't describe it as cool then, but now I can see why it would be.
It could have been cool if you'd have played your cards better.
Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, I want to hear a little bit from our buddy Mike Kliss. We got a chance to pick his brain earlier in the show. He's always with us on Thursdays. If you ever miss it and want to hear it in its entirety, get our podcast, Dover and Cecil, on all the platforms, or to DenverSports.com, and you can hear it there. One of the first things we asked him about is that Seth Wickersham article, and one of the things that stood out was a 4th and 11 play call where in overtime against the Bills, Sean wanted to call the fake punt. Mike was surprised by that situation, and here's what he told us about that play.
There's a lot of stuff, a lot of anecdotes. I thought it was a neat thing about the bidet calling off the fake punt on 4th and he called a 4th and 11 run, snap to the up back, which would have been a bidet, the Rutgers special. I'm guessing they weren't going to make that. But but the biggest takeaway I got was that Sean Payton is he's got a lot of jerk in him, but that's also that jerk aspect of him is what makes him a good coach. I would think that's the best thing. He's kind of a mad scientist. He's contradictory too. There's some compassion to him where he, on the Super Bowl plane, had they made it that far, he was going to make it so the guys with the adult children, which included him, wouldn't bring their kids. The players and coaches with the young children were going to get seats on the plane. So everyone's separated good and bad by percentages. He's got a heavy percentage of, a different word than jerk, but whatever works. And I do think that the way he is, as demanding as he is, that's what makes him a good coach.
All right.
There's a lot of.
I like what Sean or what Mike is telling us there. Really insight there about, the everyday workings, which was a part of Seth's article. The fact that it was a run play. So when I heard that originally, I thought, so wait a minute. In overtime of the most important game of the season, you thought Jeremy Crawshaw was the right play? And now it's Tyler Bidet. So it's like, pick your poison. You're gonna do something wrong. It's either Jeremy Crawshaw throwing a football to try to pick up 11 yards, or Tyler Bidet, you're not first, not second, not third, but 4th string running back is going to pick up 11 yards on a fake punt? That's not evil genius. That's stupidity.
The same guy who the next week in the AFC title game made the big mistake on the fumble by Stidham.
Oh, that's right.
He was in the game.
I forgot about that.
It's like, why is your 4th string running back in the game in the AFC title game? I get it. At that point, he was 3rd because J.K. was out. But, what are we doing here? Just to give you the full situation, it was 4th and 11 at Denver's own 38-yard line. Now, Crawshaw ended up booting one 55 yards and pinning the Bills back. And look, I like being aggressive. I like playing for the win. I like the fact that you're looking at it and saying, if we punt it here, we give the ball back to Josh Allen, there's a pretty good chance we lose. And if Jaquan doesn't make an incredible pick, if Brandon Cooks comes up with that ball, they're in field goal range, game's over.
Yeah.
So he wasn't wrong in having the inclination to, hey, we got to take advantage of this possession and not give the ball away, but not in that situation. Not on 4th and 11. It wasn't 4th and 2, and you were going to get it to Tyler Bidet, you're up back, and he was going to run for it?
For 11 yards. 12 yards to get the first down.
Was it Bidet that called it off?
That's what Mike said.
Yeah, because he knew this.
He's like, nah.
This is a disaster.
That's the kid in Little League. I don't want the ball. No, I don't want the ball.
Totally. Again, I do like the aggressiveness. Actually, what Mike said about Sean Payton and, a lot of jerk in him and all the rest of the stuff. It's true. It comes across in the article. A little bit of he comes across kind of like the bully in Revenge of the Nerds. He's a little bit of ogre. But I think to be a successful NFL head coach, you don't have to be a bully. But you do kind of got to be a little bit of a Richard. You got to be overly type A. Otherwise, you're Nathaniel Hackett.
Yeah.
And it just turns into chaos.
And you get walked on.
And the group of men that you're leading and that many people and they're a bunch of alphas, you kind of got to be that way. So in a way, I think it's a compliment from Mike. But yeah, that would have been a disastrous play call. That is all we'd still be talking about that.
You know what? I want to keep talking about it because I asked you earlier what kind of coaches would be on a hot seat. What sort of hot seat is Sean on right now today if he tries that play and it's not successful? Let's answer that next.
Looks like the LeBron to Denver buzz has cooled off. Reports now suggest the Nuggets are no longer in the running for LeBron James, putting an end to one of the NBA's biggest offseason storylines. So what's next for Denver in free agency? And where could LeBron land? Denver Sports 104.3. Fan.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice. This is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. That's 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
Shop Honda keeps car buying simple. One price, one person, 1 hour means no games, no back and forth, and no dealer handling fees ever. Upfront pricing and one dedicated advisor who handles everything from start to finish. It's straightforward, stress-free, and honestly, the way car buying should have always been. At Shop Honda, the experience is just as good as the vehicle you're driving home. Discover the Shop Honda difference for yourself. Visit Shop Honda today, proud partner of the Dover and Cecil Show.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at Bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
Joint pain is awful when you're the person who is fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see it. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. It's July. The days are long. The light hangs around. Time to be outside, moving, playing, living, and you're sitting it out. Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who are stuck in that cycle of pain in their hips, knees, shoulders, and back, they're finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right in their office. No surgery, long recovery, or putting life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases and the pain lets go. We hear it all the time, not just from patients, but from the people around them. He's back. She's herself again. So if this sounds like you or someone you love, go find out what's possible. QC Kinetics offers a free consultation to see if you're a candidate. Call 303-900-8986, 303-900-8986, with locations in Aurora, Superior, Highlands Ranch, and the Springs. It's QC Kinetics.
Hey, Rob Biandino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled about 7,000 cases, over 300 trials. Man, I see so many bad stops on these DUIs, unlawful arrests, the police putting body cams off, the evidence is sketchy. We got to go get the evidence. We go find those cameras, the stores, the ATMs, the banks. We got the experts to challenge their breath tests, their blood tests. My office has over 100 years experience at this stuff. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com or 720-706-5151.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're continuing to talk about what we learned from our buddy Mike Kliss. Had an interview with him earlier, and a lot of it was based on what we learned this week on the Seth Wickersham article from ESPN. James Merrillat and I are breaking it down, and we're stuck on this 4th and 11 fake punt because we learned from Mike today that it was called, and remember, like, in the article, which you read too, Sean is telling Seth, because he goes, oh, you didn't get the chance to call that fake punt. And then Sean's like, no, I did. Like, he's proud of it. Like, that's how I interpret it. Like, no, I called it. Wait till you hear this story. And then we hear the story, and then Mike finds out that it's Tyler freaking Bidet, the 4th-string running back, that says, nah, we're not running that. Which is, as Alex just said, it's actually not Jaquan McMillan that's the MVP. It's Tyler Bidet for saying, no, we're not going to run that BS play.
Well, because he would have been the GOAT.
Yeah.
Not the good GOAT, the bad GOAT.
The scapegoat.
Because it was a snap to him as the up back, and he was going to run it.
And it's 4th and 11. So you have to get 12 yards to pick up said first down. We just went through Tyler Bidet's entire career game log. It's not that difficult to go through. And he has had one run in his NFL life more than 11 yards. And it came last year against Philadelphia. A 16-yard rush from Tyler Bidet on that day. The week before against Cincinnati when the Broncos beat up the Bengals, he did have an 11-yard rush. But that's it. In his NFL career, he's had an 11-yard rush and a 16-yard rush, and Sean Payton thought it was perfect time to call his number for 12 yards on 4th down.
In a 30-30 game at your own 38-yard line with a really good defense, I'm not even willing to call that defense great, but a really good defense, and you get a chance to pin Buffalo deep, like that is the smart play.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all for being aggressive, but not on something that has a 1% chance of succeeding. And when it flops, which it would have flopped, the Bills are basically in field goal range. The game is over. So you're gonna. It was one of the best games of the entire season, arguably the best game of the playoffs. It was an amazing game, and it's going to come down to that. The next week, he decides to go for it on 4th and short instead of taking a field goal, going up 10-0. And we talked about that for weeks.
And he said in that article he regretted that too.
Okay.
I should have taken the 3.
We talked about that for weeks. That decision, way more justifiable than going for it on 4th and 11 with a fake punt. Like, for one, your offense is out there trying to get a couple of yards versus your special teams and your 4th-string running back trying to get 11 yards. And I can see the point of, hey, we got a backup quarterback. If we can get this first down and we get up 14-0 with our defense the way they're playing,
sure,
this thing's probably over. Okay, and we're not going to get this close again. And how many times we're going to have a chance to get a touchdown instead of a field goal? It was the wrong decision, but it wasn't a 100-0 wrong decision.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a 60-40 wrong decision. This would have been 100-0. I'm trying to think of a worse coaching decision in Broncos history than what that would have been.
63-yard field goal, Nathaniel Hackett.
Just settling for it in Seattle?
Uh-huh. But still, this is a playoff game, so it's amplified.
You also have a kicker that has a shot at making that kick.
That's fair. For a good point,
And it was like 4th and 5.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't get it, the game's over. So it's like, okay. But
yeah, you have a serviceable – hey, I trust the kicker. Nobody trusts Tyler Bidet. Guess who else didn't trust Tyler Bidet? Tyler Bidet.
Right.
He didn't want it.
Right. Now, the decision, the 64-yard field goal, was it 64, 63?
I think it was 64.
Whatever it was. Yeah. You're right. That was a bad decision. But the odds of Brandon McManus making that kick, 30%. The odds of converting 4th and 5, maybe 35%. So it wasn't a terrible call. I think it was the wrong call because you had a better chance of getting the first down, and then you're in a shorter field goal. So I understand it. This one, it's not even in the same stratosphere.
Yeah, what would we give the percentage of Tyler Bidet picking up 12 yards? 1%?
Maybe.
Yeah. And now that we know that he's only done it one, and actually I'm wrong. Oh, no, that was a pass. So I'm right. It's just the one time he's gone over 12 yards on a one rush. So, yeah, maybe it's 1%. Just unbelievable. The arrogance on that play call alone is just absolutely. And then again, if he does it and they don't succeed and Josh takes over and the Bills go and win, what are we doing all this? He's certainly not getting a contract extension, right?
No. I mean, it would have been like, this guy's lost it. His decision-making in big moments.
Tyler Bidet gave this guy 3 extra years in the NFL.
What would the look have had to have been for Bidet not to call that off? Like no defender in the middle of the field? On their punt rush?
I remember.
Like everybody's on the outside and there's no linebacker. And like, we're just going to go right up the middle.
In the article, he was saying, like, if they show us a 7-man front, we're going to call the fake play. So he's just assuming that Tyler beats everybody to the edge. And those gunners... Yeah, I mean, it's 12 yards. The gunners are going to realize it's not a punt before Tyler gets to 6 yards.
I'm thinking if it's a 7-man front, then they got guys on the outside blocking the gunners, and you got the returner. So there's really, it's not a linebacker because you're in punt return mode, but basically there's nobody playing linebacker. So if your offensive line creates a hole, you're running right through the gap. There's nobody there to make the play.
Okay, yeah.
So to me, it had to be a right up the middle play, and they must have had. Thank God they had somebody that was there that's like, we don't have a way to block him. The other part of this is like the offensive line when you're punting isn't like the normal people. Like the odds of executing that to perfection are just slim and none.
Yeah.
That would have been a disastrous play call.
It's a great point from someone on the text line. It says it's got to be more than 12 yards, Josh, because of the scenario. You're snapping it back and he's in that spot. So he's probably 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage. We're probably talking about more closer to 15 yards that Tyler would have needed to get.
Not only that, but if you get
good point, Texter.
If you get the first down, you're at midfield. You're still not in scoring range.
Yeah, that's right.
There's still a pretty good chance you're going to have to punt.
Another great text. The guy who refuses to run the ball called a fake punt with a run on 4th and 11.
Well, he looked at his play sheet, saw run the ball. I was like, oh, yeah.
It's like a great time to do it.
Here's
right
how
now.
We should do it.
Oh, man, it's more head-scratching the deeper we dive into it. Unbelievable stuff. Good info from our guy Mike Kliss. Like I said, if you missed it, go get it. Search it over in Cecil, wherever it is you find your podcast, or get our full 4-hour show at DenverSports.com.
When Christian McCaffrey was at Valor, a running play on 4th and 11 would have been a bad call.
That's right. And he could carry 5 high school kids on his back.
And in the state title game, he scored like every time he touched the ball, and it still would have been a bad call.
Unbelievable. All right, let's get into a conversation about the O-line and the D-line for these Denver Broncos. Will each be as good as they were a year ago? That's coming up next.
The NFL is taking notice of the Broncos' rising star. Nick Benito has cracked ESPN's top 10 edge rushers in the league for the first time, earning respect from NFL executives, coaches, and scouts. Is he just getting started? What will it mean for Vance Joseph and the Denver defense in 2026?
Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. And when it comes to your internet, you want the most intelligent, and that's what they provide. The most intelligent Wi-Fi that can hunt down and fix problems. Reliability, well, you want the most reliable Wi-Fi for streaming, gaming, working from home, and coverage that goes wall to wall in your home. How about security? Wi-Fi that's security blanket for your network, and reliability. Fiber-powered network with 99.99% reliability, built for speed so you can run multiple devices at once, and Wi-Fi that makes everything in your home tie and work together. Consistency, you can lock in 5 years of predictability. 5 years, the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, you can get online with minutes, same-day Wi-Fi. Hey man, that's the price lock guarantee. 5 years, same price, no contracts, no commitments. It's all included. Everything you need, including the data and equipment, the most reliable Wi-Fi. That's Xfinity, guys. Imagine that.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975 in Boulder, has a championship-level lineup ready for you to test drive and take home today. They currently have specials on both the BMW X3 and X5 models. The BMW X3 model is a luxury compact SUV that offers balanced handling and a powertrain variety. The BMW X5 model is a high-performance powerhouse luxury model that offers you a thrilling driving experience. They also have a great pre-owned BMW lineup as well. Schedule your test drive today. Go to GebhardtBMW.com.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975. Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Most camera installers don't offer a guarantee. Vantage does. It's called Capture or it's free. If a Vantage system misses an incident in a zone they identified during your threat zone analysis, they'll refund the entire install. That's the kind of guarantee a company can stand behind, because your security system is designed around your property first, not pulled off a kit shelf. Invest in real security for your home. Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit VSSIColorado.com today. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Rob Wilhite. For almost 50 years, Colorado has trusted the Wilhite Law Firm after serious car accidents. With over $1 billion recovered, we know how to win for our community. Injured? Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Hi, this is Larry Jagger with SCL Mortgage, letting you know about our second mortgages for anything you need, including home improvements, paying off debt, and more. Visit us at myspecialmortgage.com or call 303-790-2222, NMLS number 1200716.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan brought to you by Weichert Realtors.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is inning, I-N-N-I-N-G. Text inning to 303-703-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's inning to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're going to get into the trenches. Broncos O-line, Broncos D-line. Still getting your guys' texts and responses to our what was your biggest high school accomplishment. It's been fun all day. TS, well, for them.
It's made us feel like losers.
It's cool for you guys to reminisce of your good stuff and make us realize we didn't accomplish jack in high school. TS says I played quarterback for a small 3A school. I threw for over 450 yards and 6 touchdowns in one game against a 5A school. Only played one series in the second half. Got a blurb in USA Today about it.
Oh,
that's
wow.
pretty sweet, TS.
That's really cool.
And that's also like not a knock on local papers, because if you made the local paper, you're excited. But USA Today?
Yeah, you're cutting that out, framing it for sure.
Hell yeah.
Why was the 2A school playing a 5A school?
That's probably the 5A school. Like, let's warm up and beat these boys down.
Yeah,
and
then
they
they realize, ooh, it's Lyman. They're better than us.
Right. Those guys out on the East know what
Yeah.
they're doing on the football field. All right, so keep them coming. Fun stuff, seeing what you guys accomplished there in high school. James, I want to get back into that conversation about the offensive and defensive line of the Denver Broncos. A lot of people look at the offensive line as a very, very big strength of the Denver Broncos. I wouldn't argue that it's not a strength of the Broncos. I maybe just don't feel the same way as a lot of people feel. Yes, they're really good. I think Bo's really good at avoiding sacks and keeping himself upright. Sometimes his feet get a little too happy because of that process. But I think the offensive line is good, solid. I don't know that I would go like great for the offensive line. But are they good enough to have your quarterback upright and staying healthy? Knock on wood for that. Yes. Are they good enough to have a 1,000-yard rusher if that guy stays healthy and they're in front of them? Yes, I think they are there.
I think they're good. I guess I look at an offensive line and kind of judge them on two things, and they're opposite ends of the spectrum. One is it's 4th and 1, and everybody in the building knows you're going to run the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Can you win the line of scrimmage, the running back gets the handoff and easily gets the first down? I feel like we do see a lot of them where it's like they're getting hit in the backfield.
Yeah. You're talking about the Philadelphia Eagles.
Right.
They're going to get you a yard when they need a yard.
Right, and not even just with the tush push, but
Right,
like they're
right.
just going to get you
Yeah.
the yard. The other one is, as a play caller or play designer, hey, can you just put your 5 guys out there and throw the ball all over the yard? Or do you have to keep in tight ends to help with protection? And now all of a sudden, if the other team can get pass rush with 4, they got 7 guys in coverage. If you can't block those 4 with 5, all of a sudden, instead of playing like 5-on-7, you're playing 4-on-7, 3-on-7. If you have to keep in help to give your quarterback time to throw, it's very difficult to have much success throwing the football. I would say the Broncos are pretty good in that regard. I don't feel like it's like, although, why is Adam Troutman on this team? We always hear, oh, he's a good blocker.
That's a great question. We had a pretty in-depth conversation yesterday about Atkins, Troutman, Jolie, Bentley, Ingram, Kroll. I mean, there's 4 guys that you probably don't even need on this team. And that names I just listed.
And it's part of the reason Evan Ingram wasn't out there and as effective as we all kind of hoped he would be is, well, they got to keep in a guy that can help him block. And that's not his strength. His strength is running routes and being a pass catcher and being a mismatch, not staying in to help your tackle on whatever side.
Well, and also a blocking tight end on a team that led the league in pass attempts. What are we doing?
Well,
what are we doing?
But if he has to be in there to be essentially another tackle.
Oh, okay.
That would be why. But you normally hear with Troutman, like, oh, he's good in the run game, a good run blocker. So I think the Broncos' offensive line, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think they're good. I don't know that they're great. In a salary cap sport, though, in today's day and age, I don't know that anybody's great. Nobody's the Cowboys' offensive line in the 90s.
Yeah, that's true.
And there really isn't a glaring hole, right? Like, Garrett Bowles is going to be a Ring of Famer. Laugh if you want. Drive off the road, hysterically laughing. But he's going to be a Ring of Famer.
You think right now, no Super Bowl, he's still that?
By the end of his career, yeah. Because he's going to end up, there's not going to be a left tackle in the history of the franchise that has played more years, started more games at that spot. And it's a very important position. It's a premium position. Ben Powers is good. I'm sure there are better left guards, but he's good. It's not a glaring hole. I think Luke Wattenberg has turned into a good center. Certainly a upgrade over Lloyd Cushenberry.
Mm-hmm.
Quinn Miners, I think, is overrated, but he's a really good player.
Yeah.
People talk about him like he's the best right guard to ever play. Mm-hmm. That's why I say he's overrated. But
I think there's some of that, like he's done a good job with his hair and his belly of making himself stand out.
Yeah, he's a character.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, character. That's a good way to put it.
And then Mike McGlinchey, good solid right tackle.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, it drives me nuts that he flinches once a game. But do you remember, everybody talks about how, the Broncos, their search for a quarterback. You know what was longer than their search for a quarterback? Their search for a right tackle.
Mm-hmm. They did that for almost a decade.
Oh, we used to work with Orlando Franklin, and he would list all the guys that came after him. Because once he left and went to the Chargers, it was like 17 guys.
Yeah.
And so Mike McGlinchey came in here as a free agent. He's been their right tackle ever since. It's like, okay, could you do better? I'm sure you could.
Probably.
Could you do worse?
We have.
I know they could
Yeah.
because I watched 17 other guys who couldn't do it. So it's a good offensive line. It's a really good offensive line. I don't think it's great.
Okay. I think I would agree with you on that, and they can remain that, I would say, for a couple of more years. Defensive side. And we're going to talk edge guys as the offseason continues, so we're just talking interior trench guys. Are they going to be as good? Are they going to get 68 sacks? I'm real hesitant to say that. They had never done that in the history of the franchise, so be kind of foolish to think that's on the plate again. John Franklin Myers is the name that we all talk about, and can they fill that void? Yes. Nobody should expect 68 sacks. I think expecting 60 is setting yourself up for failure. If this team is in the 53 to 59 range, that's a really, really good season. 3 consecutive seasons of 60 sacks, I would imagine, I can do the research, would put them in very elite company across the NFL.
Well, they led the league last year with 68. They would have led the league with 58.
Yeah. Atlanta was second with 57.
Yeah, so it's unrealistic to expect them to be 60. They should be, somewhere in the high 50s. John Franklin Myers is a good player. To some extent, though, did he benefit from the fact of on either side, the opposition is way more worried about Nick Bonito and or Jonathan Cooper? And so then he's able to sneak through there because they're really worried about the edge guys.
Yeah.
Like if you got a great edge rusher, Derek Wolfe is a really good player. Malik Jackson was a really good player. But it also helped them thrive when everybody was worried about Vaughn and DeMarcus Ware. Like it all kind of goes hand in hand. So I don't think he's irreplaceable. I also think Zach Allen is one of the more underappreciated Broncos. He just finished, 73rd or something like that on the NFL's top 100?
Yeah, 70-something.
He just made the list somewhere in the 70s. He's a really good player. We talked earlier in the show, I think people use the word great too often. I don't think the Broncos have a lot of players that are great. They have a really good roster, one of the better rosters in the league. I think it's a team that I'm bullish on the Broncos. They're going to be better than last year, probably not going to win 14 games. Hard to go 14-3. But they're a legit Super Bowl contender. But how many players on their roster are actually great? We know Pat Surtain is. I think Nick Bonito is a great player.
I do too.
Zach Allen may be third. He may be the next closest to being great.
I mean, he has the most quarterback pressure in the entire league outside of, I'll come up with the name. Oh, it was Aaron Donald before he left.
Okay, and so, but if he had Max Crosby's look, would he get more attention?
Probably.
Right, we talked about Quinn Miners. Part of why Quinn Miners gets the attention, really good player.
He's got the hair, he's got the belly.
But he's got the look.
Yeah.
Right? Like you always know in a position that you can kind of all blend together, he stands out. Max Crosby's got a look. You wouldn't even have to put a number on him. It could be the Red Grange era where they didn't have numbers. You'd know which one he was. Zach Allen, not as much, but he's a really good player. He may be the next closest Bronco to being deserving of the great label.
I agree.
So when he's a part of your three-man defensive front, you got a chance to be really good.
Okay.
You do.
Yeah, I think they will be good. I just did some research on it. No NFL team has ever had 60-plus sacks in 3 consecutive seasons. What the Broncos accomplished a year ago of doing it in back-to-back seasons, they became only the 3rd team in NFL history to do it in 2 consecutive seasons. So it's such a rare accomplishment that none of us should expect 60-plus sacks. But I like what you said. If you're going to take some sacks away and give me takeaways and turnovers, you can be a better defense as soon as this year.
Yeah, and it could come from the same thing, right? Like quarterbacks are so fearful of the pass rush that they're throwing the ball before they should, and it's turning it into an interception. And you don't get to the quarterback, but it was a better result. A turnover is more valuable than a sack. A sack typically leads to a punt. A turnover leads to either a score or usually a short field. That's much more valuable, really helps out your offense than just forcing a punt. Not that I'm saying sacks aren't great, but turnovers are more important.
All right, there is one more thing that we didn't get to from Mike Kliss. We were just talking about a little bit during the break with our buddy Will Peterson. Alex, if we can fire this one up. You asked Mike Kliss, why would Sean give Seth Wickersham all of this access? What was the motivation for it with Sean? Let's kick that around coming up next.
Coach Prime hit Big 12 Media Day looking healthy, energized, and fully locked in.
Baby, we're coming.
After beating cancer and rebuilding his strength, Deion Sanders made it clear he's ready to lead a revamped Buffs roster featuring new defensive playmakers, a maturing QB room, and a team built to compete, not just talk. Prime says he's strong and he's there to win, but what will actually happen when the Buffs take the field this fall? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, Robbie and Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled about 7,000 cases, over 300 trials. Man, I see so many bad stops on these DUIs. Unlawful arrest, the police putting body cams off. The evidence is sketchy. We got to go get the evidence. We go find those cameras, the stores, the ATMs, the banks. We got the experts to challenge their breath tests, their blood tests. My office has over 100 years experience at this stuff. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com or 720-706-5151.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. And if you're over 50, there's a good chance you're dealing with an enlarged prostate. Waking up at night, weak stream, all of it. Here's the good news. PAE, prostate artery embolization, is minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatment with near zero impact on sexual function. Lakewood location, personalized care. Visit coloradoae.com.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice. This is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. That's 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
It's no secret that the checkout line feels a lot heavier. If those daily essentials are ending up on a credit card, those double-digit interest rates are quietly draining your bank account. If that debt is starting to feel heavy, you're not alone. And if you're a homeowner, you've likely looked at your mortgage rate and thought, I can't touch that. With American Financing's Smart Equity Loan, you don't have to. It allows you to wipe out high-interest debt and lower your monthly overhead while keeping your primary mortgage intact. It's a surgical strike against debt. Unlike a fluctuating HELOC, the Smart Equity Loan is a fixed-rate loan, giving you a predictable monthly payment. At American Financing, there are never any upfront fees to find out what you qualify for. Guys, talk to a salary-based mortgage consultant today. Experts who are paid to help you save, not sell you more than you need. So call them at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I gotta imagine, James, is this high school for you? Am I too early?
No, this is high school. Probably sophomore, junior year. So probably sophomore year. That song had to come out, what, 88, 89?
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right in the wheelhouse there. People.
Great album.
Yeah.
A little Rock With Ya, a little Roni, a little My Prerogative, a little Don't Be Cruel. That was actually the Don't Be Cruel album. The first 4 songs of that album are as good as anything that came out. Now it doesn't matter, but
all of those songs of like that era of music reminds me of having to clean my house on punishment, because it'd be like, those are like my mom's wheelhouse of like, she liked the good music of that time.
Yeah.
And when I'm grounded on Saturday washing the baseboards, she's like, I'm gonna play my music. So it's Bobby Brown, Jesse's Girl, the jams from back in the day.
No, it's because Bobby Brown was in New Edition and then he went solo. Then there was also Johnny Gill. He was in New Edition. He went solo.
Oh, I didn't know that one.
Ralph Tresvant. He was in New Edition. He went solo. And then the 3 guys who weren't good enough to go solo turned into Belle Biv DeVoe.
Which was also pretty good.
It was good.
Never trust a big butt and a smile.
It was Ronnie Bivens. Man, it's been a long time. I don't remember.
That's good if you'd have named those all.
Ricky Bell, Ronnie DeVoe, Michael Bivens.
Nice.
There we go.
What a pool.
There we go.
Yeah, anytime I hear some of the older, like 80s, early 90s music, I'm just like, I got this itch to start cleaning. I don't know what's going on.
Funny how
it's just
like,
built my DNA.
It just brings you back to a certain time.
Yeah.
That song, man, yeah, that was for me. That was early high school.
That's the jam. It's still good. Still good to this day. We're asking everybody what their biggest high school accomplishment was. Got another good one and a good story about Northglenn. It took almost 4 hours, but we got one. Texter from the 303-921. Throw your name on here. We want to give you guys some love. Writes, in the school year of 1984 and 1985, I was at Northglenn High School. Football team won the state championship after going 2-4 in the first 6 games. They went on to beat 3 undefeated teams in Doherty, Pomona, Smoky Hill, and then Arvada. Not only did they win state, the cross-country team, both boys and girls, won that well as well. Band was good. Soccer and our cheerleaders were recognized by the state as well. So in the 80s, it was solid. Not sure what happened in the late 90s when, I was there, I guess is what happened.
Well,
they were not good.
I think what happened is I was there in the early 90s.
And then I just
and
came
then you
in
couldn't
after.
help it. You couldn't help but recover. Like back in the day, Northglenn was good.
We did have...
They won the football state championship in 84.
Yeah, he was a part of it.
Okay.
I had Corey Sleeth. Was Corey Sleeth my grade? I'm butchering this probably, but Corey Sleeth, I believe, was my grade, and we played ball together. His brother was Kyle, who went on to be a pitcher in Major League Baseball and was pretty damn good for a few years.
Yeah. And there's been some great athletes who came through Northglenn High School.
Who's the cornerback for Baltimore? Jimmy something. He just stopped playing like 5-6 years ago.
Played at Northglenn?
Yeah, he was a cornerback at Northglenn. God dang, my sister went to school with him. She would know, but I can't remember his name.
I just am impressed with the number of media members who came through Northglenn High School.
That's pretty impressive. It's weird to especially here in Colorado when we get together and it's like, wait a minute, we're all...
There's like 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah. And then LG is super successful.
Yeah, I mean, she's in New York being a star.
Yeah, yeah.
We're here, talking about what everybody else did in high school.
At least we got a microphone, right?
That's right.
All right, so any last text with your high school accomplishments, hit us up with that at 303. 713-1043, RamosLaw.com text line, or over on YouTube, youtube.com/DenverSports. Someone wrote, damn, Dover, you're lucky. Your mom had good taste in music. I got stuck listening to Meatloaf cleaning the house. She liked a little Meatloaf, too. Just maybe not the top of the list.
Was his album, was he the Hell Freezes Over album? Like that was that the classic Meatloaf?
I think so. But remember he had
Something
the
like that.
ballot. That was like the first one of like he's a rocker, but then slowed it.
Yeah.
What was
I would
his,
do anything for love, but I won't
do that. Yeah, that's it.
I'm with the texter. Meatloaf, R.I.P. Meatloaf was awful.
Was bad.
So bad.
I just remember the love ballad of like my mom crying and I'm like, "Jeez, what are you doing here?"
See, I grew up like when my parents' music was from the 70s, so it's some of it was really good.
Yeah.
But then you would get like Neil Sedaka.
I don't even know who that is.
Exactly.
Never even heard that name once in my life. All right. We want to hear one more thing from our guy, Mike Kliss. The question that you asked him, and I love the question, and it's something that now that it's out, and we were kind of kicking it around with the guys, so Sean gives Seth Wickersham all of this access. You asked Mike Kliss, why? Why did he give him all that access?
Well, he wanted to look good. I think there's some, there's some ego there, and part of me wants to know. We saw what made it to print. I wonder what kind of stuff was said that didn't make print. I don't necessarily think Seth emptied the vault in this story. There's just so much comments that he made. I mean, it was still very interesting. Some of the anecdotes were incredible. That's the one thing about Sean, he kind of really restricts access for players and the assistant coaches and the coordinators, and then he opens up the back door for Seth. There's a lot of contradiction to Sean Payton. I found him to be a very difficult guy to figure out. However, I think the end game, and this is where I've always, he hasn't always been kind to me personally, but it doesn't matter because everything he does, I think, points toward the fact that he's a proven, successful, 10-plus win a season coach, and you're always in contention.
And look, I think Mike makes some really, really good points there. I want to talk about the access for a second, but I don't care how a coach treats me. I'll get after Sean for being a jerk to some media folks from time to time just because I think it's you lacking common courtesy, and I think every human being should have that. At least that's what my dad told me. But I think Mike makes a really good point. You want to be a jerk face? You want to be a Richard to everybody that's around you and make it uneasy for your coaches to come to work? All good. Win double-digit games. Be a playoff contender. Push the Chiefs for the division. You do those things, you can treat me, treat us, royal we of the media, any way you want. But you also have to be aware that when that other shoe drops, it never did in New Orleans. Who knows if it even does here? If he wins another Super Bowl, it won't here either. But if it does, you're not going to have any friends to come to your defense.
No, you get no benefit of the doubt.
Exactly.
There's
right.
no grace at all, right? And this ain't New Orleans.
But I think he understands that, and he's obviously willing to play that game. If he wasn't, he'd treat people better.
Yeah, I mean, I don't quite understand why. It's the same. Greg Popovich was the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Just treated people badly that he didn't need to.
Yeah.
And I just don't understand it.
Unless you're a woman.
Like, what do they get from treating reporters like that? You lose 70-20. I get that you're not in a very good mood. That's not Troy Rank's fault.
Yeah. Troy's just there to do his job too.
Right. He's just trying to do his job. He's got to ask you the questions. I'm sure he doesn't want to ask you about a 70-20 loss, but he has to. So don't be that way. I don't quite understand. I don't care if they're super accommodating. I don't care if they're buddy-buddy. To some extent, that kind of bothers me when they are.
Me too.
Like, everybody's there in that exchange to do their particular job, their particular role. Just do it. Just be professional about it. Same way I don't like when, reporters throw them softballs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not your job to take the bullet points and just, set Sean up to go ahead and repeat them. I don't know why he does those things, but as long as he wins, it's not going to matter. If they start losing, because this ain't New Orleans, there aren't 4 people covering the team.
That's right. There's no Jeff Duncan there to protect you.
Right. So if let's say
it might be a team employee, but sorry, but nobody takes the team employees too serious.
They went 14-3 last year. If he calls that fake punt and Tyler Burdett doesn't call it off and they lose to Buffalo 33-30 in overtime, people are coming after Sean Payton.
Oh, yeah.
For 2 reasons. One, he deserves it because it would have been a terrible call. But 2, hey, you're going to be so arrogant and so full of yourself, and then you make that decision. I've just been, not me, but this is what some reporters would be thinking. I've just been waiting for my chance to pounce.
Yep.
That's just the way it works. I think Sean decided, when we were talking with Will, he brought this up as well, and it's why I asked the question. I think Sean decided to open the doors and provide this access because he thought they were going to win the Super Bowl.
So this is a documentation of how great I am.
Correct. Correct. And what a story that would have been. It's still a great story
It would have
anyway.
been awesome, yeah.
And the fact that, if they'd have just lost in the AFC title game, it would have been like, still would have been cool. The fact that they had to try and do it without Bo Nix made this version of it really fascinating of like, what does a coaching staff do when they're having to play that game with a guy who hasn't taken a single snap all year at the most important position in all of sports? That made it great. The only thing that would have been better is being embedded with the team and they go all the way and win the Super Bowl. To me, this was the ultimate confidence move. Sean thought they were going to win the Super Bowl, and he wanted to make sure it was documented. And Mike said it. He thought he was going to look good. Yeah, nothing's going to make you look better than winning the Super Bowl.
Especially with Jarrett Stidham in that instance that he
found
out.
The first, because the access started before Bo got hurt. So I'm going to become the first guy to ever win a Super Bowl with two different teams, and I'm going to have this ESPN writer embedded with the team covering every moment of it. That's what he thought.
Look at my genius.
Yeah, which I actually think as a Broncos fan is great. He thought they were going to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he was that confident that it was. I'm going to document this.
Which,
for
in
my
hindsight, if Bo hadn't gotten hurt, they were at least going to the Super Bowl.
I don't know that they win the Super Bowl, but I like their chances.
They would have put up a better fight than New England did.
Agreed. All right, great stuff today, James. Always appreciate you hanging out, checking in, and rolling with us here. Like I said, fun doing this with a Northglenn bro. It's KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver, plus KARS FM up in Laramie. What up with it? 102.9 Dover and Cecil is brought to you by our friends at Way Back Burgers. James, on days like today, what do you do when there's not a lot of sports viewing? I like asking people this at the end of the show. You can watch a little baseball. There is a World Cup game that's going to start here in 3 minutes. What do we got? Morocco and France tonight. What do you do on a day like this where sports are limited? You locked into the World Cup? You done now that USA's out?
I'm done.
Yeah, same here.
And it's not just sour grapes about soccer. I'm the same way. Like once the Avs were done, I didn't watch the Stanley Cup final. I mean, I knew it was happening, but I'm not glued to it. But when the Avs were still in, I was watching other games. I was watching what was happening out east, like who they're going to face and what could the matchup be. And then I just wasn't interested. Same with the Nuggets. Like I watched some NBA, but not a lot once they were done. Same kind of deal. What do? I don't know. It's summertime. I hang out outside.
Yeah, I got a real nice patio in the backyard. I do some hanging out there.
I have a couple cocktails. Hang out with my kids.
Yeah,
do that kind of stuff.
Oh, you know what? Today's Thursday. I have a Zoom meeting that I have to do about wedding photos. Which I don't think I should have to be a part of.
There are so many parts of that sentence you just said that are problematic.
I told her last night, I'm like, I don't really care.
You don't need to be
about
a part of
what's going on. You set it all up, and then we'll take care of the tab together.
Correct.
I don't need to be a part of the planning and the process.
You do not. Because what are you bringing to that conversation?
How much does it cost?
You don't need to be there for it.
No. I did ask last night. I'm like, is it open for negotiation? Do I get to kick back on what I think the price should be? And she's like, no. And I'm like, then what am I doing?
All the more reason you don't. Because she really cares about that,
yes.
Which is awesome. You don't, deep down, if you're being honest, care about it, which is fine.
We have some great pictures of us right here on my phone. I'd love to hang them in the house.
Yeah, that sounds pretty dreadful. A Zoom meeting about wedding photos.
And dude, the price is crazy.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, as soon as you attach it to a wedding, the price is 4 times what it would be if it wasn't for a wedding. But yeah, it's tonight's. I got a friend in town I haven't seen in a long time.
Nice.
He's in from New York, so we'll go do a little dinner. I got to be done eating by 9:15 because I got to go under the knife tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, good luck with that, dude.
Thank you.
That's
the over/under was 3.5 on how many times I bring it up on air. I think I was under.
Yeah, I think you just hit 3.
Yeah, so not bad. In 4 hours.
Yeah, that's not bad. If I was having surgery, I'd talk about it all day.
Yeah, it's but yes, I mean summertime.
So you in and out like home tomorrow too?
If I'm not, something went dreadfully wrong.
I'll text you. Hopefully you're all right. All right, and then lastly, in case those folks that weren't listening missed it, our best high school accomplishments. We asked everybody to share it with us today, and then we'll ask the boys to chime in too.
Well, Phil just walked in. He's going to beat all of us.
Yeah, Phil's not going to answer.
We thought all the texters made us feel bad.
Yeah, what's Phil?
Now it's going to happen in person.
What happened now?
So we asked our listeners. We're both Northglenn guys. We both graduated from the Northglenn High School. So we went like an old Irvin Joe. Give us your best high school accomplishment. And mine was that I did score 35 points in a basketball game once, threw a lob from the inbound in that same game, felt like I was the king of the world. and I
Did
limited
you have
my.
long hair at that time? Like,
No.
would you push it back a
I
little bit?
wish
shake
I would have
your
been
head a little
doper.
bit?
I had all my head shaved except for my bangs. And then I stopped getting suspended as much as I went through my high
There we
school
go.
career.
That's a step.
So
That's
those,
the right
I got
direction.
better every single year.
But then we had 4 hours of people texting in, I won this state championship. I led the state in scoring.
Some dude had 20 strikeouts in a game. 20 strikeouts in a high school game.
Was that
Yeah.
like Brad Lidge texting in or something? I'm trying to think of the best baseball players in Colorado.
Could have
history.
been.
5-man baseball over there in the high school or something. What in the hell is going on?
So, yeah, it sounded like a really good idea when Josh brought it up, and then it turned into 4 hours of people just making us feel
We
bad
didn't
about
do
ourselves.
anything in high school
Yeah.
compared to our listeners. Nothing
Now,
at
what
all.
was your best game in high school?
Best game in high school. I mean,
400 yards.
yeah, it was like 350 or 60 yards. But I'll tell you this, right? You know who it was against? Stinking Lincoln. Right? It was Lincoln High School. Like that's the only time that you're going to be able to just like open it up if you're playing somebody like at the time it was Lincoln, Kennedy, West. Because we're talking about like Denver Public Schools,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We were just in the DPS. So it was like something like that, and I knew I was going to get 300 yards, right? That the goal was to get 300 yards.
Wow.
And, broke probably like 4 or 5 long runs. And I was the type of kid, like I would go and I watch all these highlight videos of all these kids around high school in the country and what they just did. And I said, okay, I'm going to do it better. I'm going to go out there and go for 350 yards so everybody's talking about me. And so, of course, Lincoln comes around, stinking Lincoln. And I'm like, I'm in their ass now. 300 yards with the pulled hamstring and still ran for a 50-yard touchdown.
What was the score when you finally got pulled from the game?
It was like 65 to 3 or something. It was bad, man. It was like bullying, right? It's like at the end you get your stats, you pad your stats, stat pad, and then you kind of feel bad because it's like, okay, like now what?
I played
you're this big dog.
football as a receiver from about the age of 7 to when you're done with middle school, 14.
Yeah.
I didn't have 352 yards in those 7 years.
Now I will say this though, in college, I hit the 300-yard mark and got in 25 or 28 yards got called back. Arizona State. We're playing, Arizona. And it was pretty much me versus Khalil Tate. Remember Khalil Tate?
Yeah.
And every time Khalil Tate touched the ball,
That's
it was
right.
a 70-yard
Yep.
touchdown.
Yeah.
And then I would turn back around and I go for a 40-yard touchdown. And I had like 286 yards, carried the ball 40 times.
We talked after the
Touched
game.
the ball, yeah.
Yeah.
Touched the ball 47 times that game, man. Turned around the next game against Oregon State, went for $170. I mean, that year was just like I touched the ball 25 times a game almost. Man.
Well, and with all due respect to Arizona or to Lincoln, I'm a little more impressed by Arizona,
Arizona,
and Oregon State. Those are some real totals
I have
against
to
some
say,
big
look,
teams.
to be fair, I did do it on a decent team before.
Yes.
Dante just kind of gave you did Dante go to Lincoln High School? Is that what I'm learning back there? Oh.
The stinking Lincoln.
Oh, Arizona. That's why. That's right.
Arizona beat us. Khalil Tate beat us.
Khalil Tate went nuts that
He
day.
did,
Man, you have a career day and lose. That hurts.
Yeah, I didn't get talked. I still don't to this day. I'm not going to get talked about. It's about Khalil Tate because I want to say Khalil Tate went for 300 yards rushing too.
And you're right. I think he had 2 50-plus yard
Yes.
touchdown runs from the
man
quarterback
was
position.
unstoppable.
Yeah.
Man was unstoppable.
Well, 2 come to mind for me. One, I did hit a 3 in a state semifinal at Moby Arena, so that was
Nice.
kind of cool.
There
It's
we
like
go.
a college arena. We lost the game. The other one though, my career high. You're talking about your career high was when we were playing the jail school, which was literally like
What?
the kids in jail who they let play basketball against small private schools.
Dude.
They did not
Was it
play
the
a
longest
lick
yard?
of defense. It's like that school up in Golden, right by Fossil Trace.
what you're
You
talking
know,
about, yeah.
and they like had like armed security
Is it
guards.
Lookout Mountain?
Wait,
Is it Lookout
yes.
Mountain?
Did you
Okay.
play, was this a home game or road game? Are all their games there?
We played one at home where they got a cop at every exit, and then we played one on the road where you had to go through metal detectors
What?
into the jail to play the basketball game.
Holy cow.
Which for some Kent Denver
I
boys,
was
that
just
was a
gonna
little bit of
say,
a wake-up call.
I'm like North Clan. I'm like, okay, I might understand, but different lifestyles.
Denver comes rolling in.
into the jail school.
man.
They did not let the murderers play, not to be too grim,
Yeah.
but those dudes were like,
Well, you
know,
got to draw the line somewhere.
Yeah, like, come on.
you robbed a liquor store, you can play, but you killed someone. You're
You
sitting
almost
this
killed
one
somebody.
out.
You're still
Yeah.
good
How
to
many
go.
hard fouls? Any mix-ups?
They just didn't want to play a lick of defense, and honestly, I think they were under orders to not commit hard fouls because that was going to get them in trouble. So, like
crime,
most of our
man.
games, that now they play high-scoring games, but at that point in the time, the games were like 50 to 40.
Yeah.
We loved playing the jail school though because it was like 120 to 90. So I think I put up like 22 points or something. That was my career high. So the jail school and Moby are the two that
That's
that
pretty
come to
cool.
mind.
And
Yeah.
you played jail school. That's an awesome story.
See, this is why Irvin Joe did it.
Yeah.
It leads to great stories. Those were 2 fantastic stories.
I don't even know there were jail schools.
Yeah.
I don't. It's probably
I
they
didn't know
end
they
up
got
in
to
one.
play.
I think it's still there. I mean,
Damn.
you play Fossil Trace, you'll see it for sure. So it's just, don't hit your ball too far that way. You're not going to get it. It's in the school.
You're being heckled by the guys on the yard.
Yeah.
No, there was a funny one. When it's just a story in general right here. Like, there's a jail right next to the facility, Denver Broncos facility.
Yeah.
Well, we used to get a lot of mail. That come our way from convicts that were over there, and Royce would have one. Royce Freeman, one of my good buddies, like he had a guy that admired him that would send him mail every single day about how, man, when he has an opportunity to look at the slit of the window, he catches his number, and Royce was like, man, I might have to get a restraining order on this dude. We're talking about a convict here that keeps on writing me letters, like. So I thought that was funny too, just as a random story.
Well, a good text line conversation from you two, Dover, James. You guys sounded great today.
Appreciate
Any
you, boys.
parting thoughts on the way out the door, particularly just about the Nuggets? Just want to pick your brain on. It felt like LeBron was sort of this pipe dream, right? And it was this distraction for basically a week. And now that it's basically dead, it's like they didn't do much in the offseason. They didn't really do anything. Did we all kind of get sucked in by the LeBron hype and sort of realize that the Nuggets actually had a really bad and underwhelming offseason?
I will say, I told James earlier, like my number was at 5% about the LeBron thing, and then when I was on vacation or in Indiana and I saw the whiteboard thing, and how do you not get excited that their names are on there? I'm like, maybe it's 15% was the highest I got to. But it always felt sort of as this pipe dream, and maybe LeBron and Rich Paul using everybody as leverage, which they should do. But it felt real for like a half of a second, maybe for me, especially with the whiteboard. And then it was like, okay, you're not going to be there. Now what? And then we talked about losing Jonas yesterday, which was expected. It happened when you guys were on, Phil.
Yep.
And the replacement of Marvin Bagley. It does feel a lot underwhelming. I don't know if even signing Payton Watson because of what the number would be is going to make me feel any better about the team. Because now I don't want Payton Watson to make $25 million, if I'm being honest. I don't think he's worth that money, and I think it hurts more than it helps.
Come on now, Josh. So you know why he's going to make at least $25 million, because he's looking at his buddy CB that just got paid that money.
I know.
He's like, dude, I'm better than him. I do a little bit more than he does.
We had the conversation. I can make the argument, and obviously it's my argument, so I think I'm right. Christian earned that contract for what his role was in the championship year. Payton Watson had 16 good games, and now we're going to give him the same contract that it took CB 2 years to earn?
Perfect timing, baby. Shador said it's all about timing.
It is all about timing. I just, in terms of their offseason, I look at it and say, are they a better team, or ask, are they a better team right now than they were when they walked off the floor in Minnesota?
No.
Exactly. So then it's been a bad offseason.
And they're a year older.
Yeah,
and they're probably going to be just as banged up, if not healthy. Not healthy. It feels like the LeBron thing was a convenient distraction for KSE doing nothing for an entire week.
Is Bagley better than Jonas Valanciunas?
He's younger, maybe a little bit more athletic.
That's
like
what he is. He can run up, and that's what I told James.
Get some rebounds, a little physicality. Like that's the thing.
But we're getting excited about backup centers. I mean,
exactly.
that's kind of where the bar's at.
And look, if they re-sign Payton Watson, it's not a disastrous offseason. You can talk me into, hey, they just had a bad couple of weeks. They had the wrong guys injured. I know Minnesota had more guys injured, but the Nuggets' two best defensive players were injured on a team that doesn't have many good defensive players, and it just was a disaster in the postseason. You can talk me into running it back. I don't love it, but you can talk me into it. If Payton Watson leaves, or if they trade him for a couple of picks in a sign-and trade, I think it's been a disaster, and I think if I'm Nikola Jokic at that point, I am thinking about whether or not I want to play in Denver at the end of my career, certainly at the end of my prime.
Yeah, and he said he's not going to sign it, until next summer. So what happens if you win 45 games, you're a play-in team, you get bounced, it's going to look pretty exciting for him to go find a new team. So I think we're all on the same page there. The LeBron dream feels pretty darn dead. In the meantime, it's Will Peterson in for Zach By, hanging out with Philip Lindsay over the next 4 hours. And Zach Allen has climbed up the NFL's top 100 list. Is that ranking too low, too high, or just right? We'll tell you where he's at and break it down coming up next.
The conversation around the Nuggets restricted free agent is heating up. But is there a real question that needs to be asked before a deal is signed?
I need more proof from Payton Watson. Honestly, I'm terrified to give this guy a $100 million contract. Terrified for the Denver Nuggets and me as a fan to watch him do what Christian has done. With Payton Watson, I go, all right, so what do I have, a 40-game sample size and I'm supposed to give you $100 million? Yeah, I'm worried about that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? Zach here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you men out there about intimacy. You already know in your heart of heart it matters, but when erectile dysfunction gets in the way, it can feel frustrating, embarrassing, and isolating. The truth is, most men don't have to live with ED anymore. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they use advanced medical science and proven therapies that go far beyond pills, and I'm talking success rates well over 90%, guys. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they have successfully treated tens of thousands of men just like you. ED is nearly a choice at this point in the game, all right? So your initial visit is just $99. That includes a medical consult, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. It's real simple, fellas. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is completely free. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, so call them at 720-440-7900 or visit them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Most home sellers get one offer. It's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers. You review them all and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first.